the back seat. Check the back seat.
All right, come here.
Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at Everlevel
It's
Concrete.
begun, Connor.
.com. Gus Johnson is out at Roncalli today.
Gus Johnson wouldn't know what to do with an Omaha-RONCALLI corn fritter.
Chicago.
That's
Full
probably what he
question.
would
Would
say.
Gus Johnson know what to do with the Omaha-RONCALLI corn fritter?
Make sure to
I'll
tag
put
them.
that
in it.
out. I'll put that.
It's at RCHS Pride.
Nice.
Oh, man, these are Stibbs. You better get your hands on one.
Oh, got one.
Oh,
They're
great.
about to
I'm ready for the
disappear.
show where you guys eat for 4 hours
Yep.
into the microphone.
Me
Exciting.
too, Happer.
Wait,
Yep.
John, did you just say Stibbs?
How's Stibbs?
Yeah, hi, Stibbs.
Stibbs is here wearing his Eugenio Suarez jersey, and oh, man, he is ready to go tonight. Game 5. Thank God they moved it tonight
Gums.
so I can watch it when I get home.
Yeah, that'd be sad if it was on during the day today.
It would be because I thought it was. I thought
We'd have to
originally
watch it on
was
our
gonna be.
tiny
Say,
phones.
maybe we could ask them to convert one of their menus into the.
We won't
game.
need to.
And now we
We
don't
won't
have
need to.
We're good.
We won't need to.
Oh, this is great. How are you, Happer?
I'm good. I don't have any corn fritters on me, but I'm doing okay.
Well, you better get your butt over here, man.
You'll be over there, Connor.
I don't know if I'm going to make it today.
Why? Whoa.
Another great basketball practice
Oh.
in your future, Happer?
My name's Happer, and I think I'm better than everybody.
I am broadcasting a high school football game tonight, and I have a little bit of work left.
We're
to
at
do.
a high school football stadium.
Yeah, I'm not
Just
broadcasting.
bring your
that
cameras,
one.
bring your TV cameras and all that crap over here.
It's not
Do the
it's not my
Omaha-RONCALLI
choice.
AG game.
It's not my choice.
Or so.
I'm sorry. I don't think because here's what I'll do. I'll go
Yeah.
to Roncalli and I will stay there for too long, and then we'll run out of time, and then I'll feel unprepared for the football game that are going to. I just have I have ends I need to tighten up.
Just
before I go
don't
out there.
stay too long.
I
Just be a
can't.
responsible
I
adult.
can't.
Yeah, I mean, are you getting prepared because you need blowout material? Given what
Yeah,
happened
that's
in the
true.
state of Nebraska,
It's Class
lately,
A
Happer?
football. Yes, you better get
He's
some
going to
blowout
have to tell
material.
some story. That kid is in a science class, Gary.
Well, Gary, it's 35-0 here in the first quarter. And,
He's actually taking Algebra 3.
remember, there's a running clock in the second half. It'll just keep going, and then you guys can just breeze right through and say, we'll be back in 5 minutes here on Cox Cave.
They do a running clock in the second half.
When you're up, what is it, 35 or
35,
42?
Yeah.
Yeah, 35. In other words, in Class A, it's always running.
It's a new thing.
Yeah, for
Is
Millard
it-
South games, they just start it running from the very beginning.
Is there no mercy rule then? Is it just the running
Well,
clock?
that is the mercy
Oh,
rule.
Okay.
The mercy is the running clock.
Yeah.
I think I'd rather have a point
I mean,
mercy instead
Connor-
of a clock mercy.
Gary was watching the Cubs last night. He ain't going to be prepared either.
I know, which makes it more important that I have. I just have to. It's not even preparation. I have to print stuff out, which is just time consuming.
They got printers here.
Yeah, it's a school.
I'm not going to use Roncalli's
Go to the
printer.
computer lab.
Hey, guys, would you let Connor use your printer?
Yeah, they probably do.
Yeah, they got everything in there.
They got everything in there.
I like that that's the excuse. I need to print things, and it will take a while.
Oh, I need to kill trees.
Well, how old is your printer, Happer? How
Yeah.
long does it take to print out a piece of paper?
It's
also,
old
use
as
your
hell.
computer.
Okay, I guess maybe that makes sense.
No, I don't
Well.
like to have. There's not enough space to have the computer up there. I got to have paper. I'm sorry.
Jeez, this is
Get a tablet.
This is sad, man. I mean, this is the greatest remote of the year. This is the greatest. It's the best weather I think we've
Oh my
had
gosh, it's
I was just
all
incredible.
saying
year.
that.
So
We're
nice.
all in shorts.
We are. Well,
Well, Josh,
And Nick has.
I'm not in
pants.
shorts. I never.
Stibbs and I are in shorts.
I never trust that.
Winners wear shorts.
I never trust this time of year to stay warm for a long period of time.
Well, see, I double checked the hourly forecast last night, and I said that's shorts weather.
See, and then I checked the weather this morning, and even when it said it's going to be like mid-70s, I still didn't trust it.
And that's what it is. It's in the mid-70s.
I don't trust it.
Why don't you trust it? What did you think was going to happen?
We used to have more weathermen. There used to be more funding for the weather.
I
Oh,
don't think
okay.
that's
Stop.
true, is it?
Stop. They know what the weather's going to do. We got three major Omaha TV stations because Fox. Does
Wait,
Fox
you
even
didn't
do
trust
weather?
that the weather was going to be 75?
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah,
Interesting.
yeah. Bill Ranby. Bill Ranby's going to roll up. He's already rolled up his sleeve so he can give you the old Jack Johnson and the Leon Spinks and just pop, pop, pop.
Say
I
whatever you
think
want.
he'd confuse people
Nick,
if he did that.
Nick, say whatever you want about our town's weathermen, which I love, for the record, all of the weathermen and the weather women of this town, but they have never been off by such a large number that would cause the difference between shorts and pants.
Two things. I'm not disparaging our weather people. I'm disparaging the access to information that they have now because of the cut of funding.
You mean the National Weather Service site that I went to this morning to check the weather in College Park, Maryland? You mean that website? It's still there.
Yes. B, I
stop watching CNN.
Asked Amazon what the weather was this morning because we have an Alexa, and I didn't actually see the local weather. I don't trust Amazon is what it comes down to.
What did Amazon tell you? Where
This
did
is not
Amazon
the path
think
I
you
thought
were?
we would begin the
Well,
crossover
I
with.
agree.
This sucks.
There's a place called
Crappy
there's a place called the
Boo.
Weather Channel. They're an independent network.
Well, you don't have cable, John.
You don't.
Boo
But
year.
it's on the. I got it on my phone. Yeah, he's got it on his watch.
See, I
hope Nick sweats to death.
My
today.
point is, I was wrong about the weather, so I'm an idiot anyway.
Thank you. It's
fine.
time you finally said it. Thank
you.
Nick.
Yes, exactly.
I've never had to admit I was an idiot. I've known.
And they got like grills and hot fryers and things. If you get cold,
go
you just
stand
go
by a
back there and
fryer.
stick your head in the deep fryer.
You're right. I didn't think about sticking my head in the deep fryer.
No, that's true. They have not served
I can
deep fried head.
Yum.
You can eat my brain like in the worst Indiana Jones movie.
Yeah, but those weren't deep fried. Those were chilled monkey brains. Anyway.
So I guess we're not seeing Happer today.
I just
suck, Happer.
I just wouldn't be able to control myself. I would have to stay there for more than like 30 minutes, and then
Dude,
gotta
all you
fight
have to do is stay
traffic.
for an hour and you'll get enough to eat, man.
15 minutes and he's going to
15 minutes.
Okay.
It's like unbelievable.
Maybe I'll show up. I don't know.
There we go. I know Mike Schaefer's stopping by.
Why is Stib so excited?
He likes Connor.
He wants one bit of happiness today, Happer, before
Yeah,
everything goes
all he's
down
asking
for
for
him.
is one bit of happiness.
Yep.
And
I
it
don't
doesn't even involve the Broncos.
Yeah, I don't even want to talk to
Or the
Stibbs
Mariners.
because
Or
like
the
I
no, it
really
doesn't
like
involve the
Stibbs, but I
Mariners.
know like
Well.
where his mind is right now, and I just
He's in good spirits right now. The big game feelings haven't hit yet.
But if I was in his position, like I wouldn't want to talk to anybody. I would just be barricaded in. I'm
It's
surprised
2
he's out.
o'clock. It's 5 hours away.
It's time. It's basically game time right now.
The big game feels are in your tum, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
They have been. Did you get any sleep last night? More than I thought. Oh,
More than I
good.
thought. There you go.
Oh, so you're a fake fan.
Wow.
Nick is spicy today.
Nick is
My
spicy today.
God.
I'm hot.
Yeah.
We know.
That's probably because of those pants.
Andy writes, I just had a delicious gyro bowl for lunch in honor of Roncalli Day.
The best
Oh,
Euros.
yeah.
That's
All
some
right.
good
So
stuff.
entice me a little bit. Tell me about some of the offerings. What's going on over there?
Well,
Well,
we already had the corn fritter.
Yep,
Those were
we got-
delicious.
Here's the corn fritter right
We
there.
have heard that there are new items
With
on
honey.
the menu, along with some of the traditional fare. The wings will be arriving at some point. Of course, the gyros, which is why we originally started coming here in the first place.
Mhm.
Happer, how do you feel about spicy Italian sausage with peppers?
Incredibly
John
good.
is over the moon about that item.
What about mighty
Whoa.
meatball sub Sandy's?
I
Happer?
told my wife about that. And
Incredible.
she said, "Could you bring me a meatball sub?" And I said, "I would love to, dear."
Mhm.
That's a lot of sausage.
I don't know what more you want from us, Happer.
I just wanted to know what we were looking at. So
Suckers
Sucker.
and taffy, only 25 cents, Happer.
We'll bring you a sucker.
oh man, I've been
You
getting
can get
back.
a giant pickle?
I remember I told you guys I was getting into Italian ice, and then I stopped, and now I'm back on Italian ice. I've been just hammering Italian ices the last couple nights. Do they have Italian ice?
No, they do not have
Not-
Italian size.
Is Italian ice just
They're
like
gonna have to add it to their menu, he says.
is Italian
It's
ice
coming.
just
It's
the same
coming.
as tropical ice? It's just shaved ice and syrup. Is that all that is?
I
Yeah,
don't
what
know.
is
that? I don't know. It's just in a little frozen little cup.
It's kind of a
great.
creamy ice, isn't it? Yeah, it's
It
like a
feels
creamier ice.
It
Like a
gets
scam
there.
to pay for ice. You can make ice pretty easily at home.
It costs
Why would you pay for it?
$2.99 for 6 cups. It's good.
Yeah, but Nick, it's an Italian ice. You got the ice, so we got the ice right here.
You can make it
your
at home?
Make your own ice and then put marinara sauce on it.
I don't think that's how it works, Nick.
We don't put the marinara on the ice. So what are you talking about?
Alfredo.
The boomba. What are you doing wrong?
I feel like Nick is trying to one-up himself in terms of takes.
I know.
Now.
He keeps
It's
getting
like they're getting
idiotic
worse by the
It
moment.
is.
Yeah.
Imagine what it's going to be like at 4 o'clock.
I know. I'm
I've
a little
just-
nervous.
I've never understood the idea of paying for shaved ice in any capacity.
This
or
is
form.
the
It's just-
dumbest thing. Of
It's
all
just
time.
ice with syrup.
It's
Why would
not
you pay
ice
for
with
that?
syrup. Have you had it?
No, what else is it?
Nick, you buy
Yes,
the idiotic death water. That's the dumbest thing I've ever seen. And you
I
pay
buy
$4
the
for it
tea.
every
Everything you
time.
can just make at home.
Right.
You can't make everything at home.
You can't make shave. I would love to see you try to make shave ice. That stuff is way crazy.
Nick will be out there with his Bic, just shaving the edge of the ice
Yeah, no,
cube.
that's all it is. It's an ice cube with a razor, right?
How come these sick razors they lied to me?
I use a Gillette, John. I'm a Gillette boy.
Okay.
This is so stupid.
It
Makes me
is.
not
It-
want to show up anymore, actually. Maybe I'll.
Oh, okay. All right, Nick, put your mic down. So,
Okay.
so Connor will change his mind. Seriously, come on. This is the
leaving,
best day. It's the best place. It's the
Yeah.
best food. It's
Look,
the best.
you guys
It's
got a guy
Stibs.
over there.
You can see Stibs.
You guys got Nick over there, and I'm talking about how much I love Italian ice. It's a guilty pleasure of
And
mine.
he's
And
trying to
Nick's
push
like,
you away.
you could just make your own ice at home. And I'm like, maybe I don't want to show up and eat the delicious food anymore.
You know what Nick's Italian ice is? He just gets some maple syrup and pours it on an ice cube and just sucks on it.
Yeah. No wonder he
It's the
hates
same thing.
Yeah. No
Well,
wonder
it's
he doesn't
Canadian
like it.
ice if it is maple syrup.
No, okay, whatever. Yeah.
Okay,
I'm sorry
still-
for disparaging your Italian ice.
Thank you, Nick. I'm
I
still
apologize.
TBD. You're going to have to win me over in the next 10 minutes.
Yes, noted Italian Connor Happers.
I
I
love
am
that you
Italian.
come get a meatball
Oh,
sub.
okay.
I
Pepper,
am
they have
Italian.
the great field turf here. It looks incredible. You
They
can
were.
see
I was
that.
there last year.
Yeah, you could see it again though. It looks even better this year than it did.
Alec
last year.
Bohm Field.
Yeah.
Yeah, you like Alec Bohm.
Now that Alec is, maybe he'll show up. He's got nothing to do now.
Oof.
Wow.
What's that? 10 million. Oh, yeah.
Maybe to
Well,
the Mariners.
Stibs
Ooh.
with baseball.
Will
takes
Alec
in the
Bohm
background.
go to the Yankees?
No, they already have.
no.
the
Why would he?
boy.
Why would he want to go?
Rockies?
Why would he want to go to a franchise that doesn't go to World Series anymore or win them?
Yeah, they're the Dallas Cowboys of Major League Baseball.
Some say
Alec, the game that Alec Bohm played in yesterday is on MLB Network right now. Unfortunately for
Ooh.
Philadelphia.
Hey, you're
fans.
doing Happer. Let's say you're doing Philadelphia Sports Talk Radio today. What is the breakdown of how you think you would have approached your show?
Without any slurs, please.
In order for me to
It's Philly.
get
Philly
in the
uses slurs,
shoes of Philadelphia sports radio talk hosts, I would have to be a Philadelphian, and I just don't
Sure.
know what Philadelphian Connor, what his brain would say. Like
Philly
my
Happer.
With cheese.
yeah, Philly Happer would really be angry, I think. But like myself, I'm like, oh man, that just sucks. But you can't say that. There's no Philly radio host that's saying that today. They're like, screw this guy.
You
Where's
gotta
his
you gotta
house?
say fire somebody.
Yeah.
Fire the manager,
Say-
fire Sirianni.
Get rid of the GM, completely change the front office.
You know
Fire
what?
Jalen
You know what?
Hurts.
Pinnacle Sports Network, Philadelphia Sports Radio would be all about today.
Oh.
The Sixers.
Yeah.
We're gonna spend 4 hours on the Sixers.
Hey, trusted the process,
Oh,
and it's finally time for a good year.
That's right. The Phillies and the Eagles both suck.
And
Exactly.
the Flyers lost last night. So it's
Oh,
like,
not the Flyers in the first week of the season.
Bad day to be
yeah.
a Philly sports fan.
Yeah, it was really bad. It was a bad few hours last night. I thought it was bad last week when I had to share the Cubs and the Rams. That was oof.
Yeah.
Would you guys like
And
to
the way
be-
they did it too.
Would you guys like to be named Orion?
Like it's my first name.
That's a cool ass name.
No,
yes,
it's the first name.
Absolutely.
First name. Orion Kirkering was the guy's name.
It's like Orion's belt.
Is that the guy who threw the
Yeah.
ball to?
Yeah, he's the
Nice.
one that had the miscue.
Orion is a sick name.
Well, he's feeling sick today.
Yeah, he's pretty low.
I hope
Pretty
he's staying
low.
off of his social media.
Listen, I'm low too. I wanted Philly to win.
The Cubs won though. You should be happy.
No, I'm not saying I'm distraught. I don't care. But I would have
Mm.
preferred that Philadelphia won. A, so that they play a game 5, and B, so
You'd
that
rather
maybe
play
the
the
Dodgers.
Phillies.
Yeah.
I
you
asked
saying
him that
in-
off the air yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you wouldn't have to fly across the country over and over again.
Right.
So you're scared of Shohei and Roki is what you're
We're not scared of Shohei.
But Roki.
I mean, got to get to him first.
Mm.
Got to get to him first.
The Mariners have Nintendo as a sponsor, Stibbs. Nintendo's pretty weeby.
Oh, it doesn't have it. You needed to up the cost of the jersey,
Now-
probably.
So sometimes the Mariners run just the Nintendo patch, and sometimes they run the Switch 2 patch. Home and away. Got it. I didn't know that. Nice. It's such a cool sponsor, by the way. Of all sponsors that an MLB team could have, Nintendo is up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that patch is so obnoxiously large.
Yeah,
I mean,
the
it's just,
Switch
it's
2
way
patch
too
is a
much.
bit much.
It's way too much.
The Rockies have an aerospace company. That's awesome. I like space.
Stibbs was telling us about the process of buying his jersey earlier, and now I'm curious about looking at the number of jerseys, because back when we were kids, they had a replica and they had an authentic. They had 0 things in between. But
Right,
now,
it was just 2. Now there's like 5
Stibbs
different
is-
levels.
I'm looking at Julio right now. So there's
Me
a
and Julio
$135
down by
one.
the school
There's a $175 one. That's the one that you got, Stibbs. And then that's the one that you got.
Everyone say hi. There he is, baby.
Hi,
There he is.
What a
I'm
guy.
trying to find an
Look at that
authentic
handsome
one.
man.
Oh wait, that's autographed. Where's the authentic one at? Oh my gosh,
How-
$400.
Woo!
So,
goodness.
Stibbs, is yours stitched, or is it just the patches on
No,
there?
that's stitched.
Okay. So
Turn around to make sure that we know that it is. See the accent over the A. It is
nice
legit. It is legit,
What?
and he had to go through many hoops to make sure that it had the accent over the A.
Okay.
why'd you decide on Eugenio? Why not anybody else?
Because he's his favorite player.
Thank
Okay.
goodness I
Napper,
did not
you had a
spend
question?
400.
So what level of jersey was that then that Stibbs has?
The second level.
Second level.
Level 2.
So I got
So
the
the other
level
one's
one
just all
package.
screen printed? Is that what's okay? It doesn't have the Mariners logo on the sleeve, apparently.
I love
Yeah,
I
that's-
love
yeah,
the
you-
patches. You got to have
So-
the patches.
Yeah,
When
I
I went to
agree.
Coors this last summer, I got the $200. I got a $200 Rockies jersey, and even that, it was like a sticker patch. It wasn't an actual sewed-in patch
right.
on the front, and it blows my mind that is still $200, even if it's not actually stitched in. I don't like that.
Yeah.
Stuff be expensive. That's why I always go to the authentic store late in the season and buy old game worn stuff, and it's all like official, but it's worn by somebody who never played in a single inning or anything like that.
Oh,
And I
so you're
buy it
not
for
wearing
cheap.
Bobby Witt's sweat?
Oh, you get game worn stuff?
No, occasionally, yeah. I have
Really?
I have a Royals jersey that says Garcia on the back, but it wasn't Mikel Garcia. It was just some other random guy named
Just a Garcia.
Random Garcia.
Yeah.
Jonathan Garcia.
And it was cheap, and it was game worn. It was like $60 or something like that.
Whoa.
Damn.
That's awesome.
Listen, wearing it in the dugout means that it is still technically game worn.
100%. It was issued.
It's pretty
to
cool
a
that the
coach.
trainer wore the jersey.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, I
but that
forgot
wasn't
about
game worn. That's right. That's right. We got the name on it. That's right. We did
forgot
get the
about
Stibbs.
that.
Yeah. Yeah, that was
Oh.
his going away present.
That's right. I was trying to remember. I was like, why did we buy you a gift?
Because it was his last. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, it was his last.
Wow.
We did it for his last
Shout out
day.
to us.
Shout out to us.
Good
Though
friends.
I'm ashamed that we didn't ask for number 69.
Nice. Yeah. It's too bad.
I mean, but it was 15 because it was Tebow.
yeah.
Tebow.
I didn't realize you were a big Tebow guy.
Oh yeah,
His
yeah.
favorite player.
He was the only positive thing about the Broncos in that short
Broncos, since I've known Stibbs,
Not
they've won a
Peyton?
Super Bowl. And
era.
yet
Well,
he
in that period post Peyton.
still talks about the 2011 season more than he does the Super Bowl season. Well, there was that stat recently about number of fourth quarters or something, or was it? No, it was after the win last week. It was, this is the first time since blank that the Broncos had come back down by 2 scores in the fourth quarter. And everyone was trying to figure out, oh, it must have been a Peyton Manning game. Oh, it must have been. No, it wasn't a John Elway. It was a Tim Tebow game
Yeah,
that they apparently did this against. So
Incredible.
funny.
incredible.
One of the all-time greats. Way to go, Tim Tebow.
What an all-time great. Good times.
Now they don't need fluky things like Tim Tebow. They got a real team.
Bo.
Bo Nix.
I am getting a little.
J.K. Dobbins.
Yeah,
I'm
but
getting
it's-
a little Bo Nix pilled.
Why?
I don't know. I kind of like him.
Why?
I mean, I'm not a
Best-
Broncos fan.
Best
I just
quarterback
like-
in the AFC West, right?
I have a
Nick
tingle
Foles
about
with
Bo
the
Nix. I
Chiefs.
don't know what to tell you. Just like I got a tingle about the
You love
Colts.
check downs?
Yeah, why not?
Screen passes.
Who doesn't?
Hey, you want to throw another lateral pass?
Excuse me, but I believe the quarterback down in Lincoln does a lot of that too. And everyone's talking about him for being the Heisman voter.
You started it.
I didn't start the Heisman talk.
Going to the playoff, and if they beat Michigan, he's going to be on the Heisman list, said John Bishop.
So should we start?
No, they didn't beat Michigan.
Should we start the Raiola is more like Bo Nix comparison instead of Mahomes?
That would be pretty funny to do.
Hey, there's an opportunity that Godfather Matthew might be at the game this week because the Rams are playing at Baltimore.
Oh.
But I don't know when they're flying out.
That would be awesome. They'll probably leave tomorrow morning. That's usually what NFL teams do. Maybe
yeah,
they'll leave
but because it's all the way across the country, I wouldn't be surprised if they left today.
That would be awesome if Stafford was there.
Godfather Matthew, the real influence on Dylan Raiola, not that fake influence down there in Kansas City.
Who was it? We talked to somebody in the offseason who said that Dylan, he was reminded more of Matthew Stafford than he was of somebody
Well, didn't what's his name, Danielson from CBS?
That's who it was.
Use that comparison.
Danielson said that. That's right. I thought it was a guess.
Although I will say for the Broncos, beating the Eagles doesn't sound nearly as cool anymore after last night. So
tough look.
Yeah.
That was fun.
The Giants might be great.
They're just ripping Jackson Dart.
Yeah.
Welcome. Hey, by the way, welcome back to the NFC least. You are right back in the race.
Hey, I know. I can't believe it. As long as we beat the Panthers on Sunday, I'm going to be able to talk myself into winning the NFC East again. This is crazy.
It's such a horrible division.
Riss is so down bad. She's having a horrible time. She is very out on the team right now, and she was like, you're going to beat us.
She should have been watching the Cubs game instead.
It was on the second TV, so we did watch a little bit
She should have just switched it over.
You know what? That would have made her happier.
Yeah.
It would have made her happier.
I mean, even though I called it yesterday, when I saw the score,
you were like, wait a
I was
second.
like, wait, it's 27-17, and they just intercept what?
Mm-hmm.
And so I was like, okay, I thought they'd win. I didn't think they would rout them.
See that pass from above where A.J. Brown was wide open in the end zone by about 4
Yeah,
yards?
man, there are some head cases in that organization.
Yeah, it ain't good.
Yeah.
It ain't good right now.
They could end up with a losing record.
Wow.
That would be amazing.
I'm serious.
So that would mean that they would go 4-7 the rest of the way. They have a tough schedule in the back half of the season.
Who's the NFC favorite at that point then?
The NFC
The
favorite?
NFC favorite's
The
Detroit.
Lions.
Detroit
That-
still?
yeah,
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Detroit's
Now,
still going to be
NFC
up there.
East favorite is a different question.
NFC East could be
Who
won
would you
by,
pick to win the NFC East today? The Commanders? Yeah. Same.
for now,
Are you trying to tuck yourself into my team or into the Giants?
Cowboys, John.
listen, it would be just like this terrible.
7-9-1. Let's go, Cowboys.
This would be just like this no good, awful, terrible division if Dallas won it. Exactly.
And then they're like 10-point underdogs in round
You might
one, and they
just
win.
just put a little marker on the list.
You want me to put it on the list?
Not now. I'm not going to do it
I
now.
can put it in red font.
Just
Put it in cautiously subscribing.
Just leave it. Just leave a blank spot in there because I might like fit it in.
Okay.
John has
I
a
might
tingle
fit it
about the
in.
Cowboys.
No. Usually the Cowboys give me gas.
So I was going to say, I think it's a burning sensation when it's about the Cowboys.
Yeah.
John.
Yeah, it feels kind of like after you've had, after you've eaten Taco Bell.
I don't have that problem. I have a normal
All
stomach.
right, I'm going to write. I don't even know what to write. Remind me to maybe pick
Just,
the
no,
Cowboys.
just leave a space. That's all I need. Just leave a space.
All
You'll know
right.
what it's for.
John has
You'll
Cowboys
definitely
gas.
You'll definitely know what it's for,
Mhm.
Mr. Deranged Cowboy Fan Syndrome.
All right, that sounds
Flash
great.
forward to the last show of the year, and Josh is like, I have no idea why there's a weird space here.
Perfect.
He'll remember.
The
That would be
Panthers
great.
are coming for you this week, though. So, Josh, you can forget your dreams this weekend. The
I'm
Panthers.
worried. The defense, as good as the offense is, I saw this stat the other day. They are the first team since the 2021 Chiefs to be averaging and allowing 30 points per game through the first 5 weeks of the season.
That's great.
Fun.
Which I didn't realize the 2021 Chiefs got off to that bad of a start.
That's a really specific
Doesn't
stat.
sound like a real stat. It sounds like a Nick fact.
Also, they
But
allow.
that's what the article
They're
said.
allowing
It does
30
sound like
points
a
a
Nick
game,
fact.
even though they gave up 0 famously one game this year against the Falcons.
Wait,
you talking
who?
about Carolina?
No,
No,
the
Dallas.
Cowboys. I'm talking about
Dallas.
the Cowboys.
Dallas.
Yeah.
I was like, that
I
is-
would
Oh,
watch
wow.
out for the Panthers,
Sure
though.
enough.
They did beat the Dolphins.
Here were scores by the Chiefs: 33-29. They lost 36-35. They lost 30-24. They won 42-30, and they lost 38-20.
Good grief.
Wow, I forgot that their defense was bad.
What kind of crap
Bad.
franchise is that?
Terrible franchise, John. We should just ban them.
Imagine being a Chiefs fan.
They lost 27-3 to the Titans.
Wow.
Yeah, I
That's
remember
rough.
that game.
That's really
That was a
rough.
bad game.
Yeah. Oh, Joey, what's going on?
Hey, Joey.
Hi, Joey.
Good to hear from you, Joey.
Hey, Joey, have the Packers figured out their stuff yet?
Well, there you got a kicker questionable going into Sunday's game, so that'll be
Kicker was the least of their problems a couple weeks ago.
protection for the previous.
Their
two
injury
games.
report is gigantic. It has 40 names on it.
Well,
And
but
what is
everything
it?
with the Packers is gigantic. You look at their owner's report, and there's like 10,000 people. I mean,
Joey
John.
is one of them.
I'm one of the 300-some thousand.
God.
how does it feel to
What an
own
honor.
53 men?
Joey.
What's wrong with you?
Joey, that's really bad.
We
Co-owners
had a
with
whole
Dan.
war
There
about
was a
that.
proclamation about this back in the 1800s. We got rid of it.
And don't worry, we're gonna settle for a double overtime against the Cowboys in the wild card. Matt will figure that they could go to a second overtime.
They can. That is allowed.
That is true.
There's a second overtime.
And they
to
can-
hit the
then they can
Packers.
take their time.
Is that what we're barreling towards? The 7-9-1 Cowboys hosting the 5-1 Green Bay
Yep.
Packers.
Yep.
We're gonna settle
Oh
for
my
that
Yep.
gosh.
wild card.
Yep.
Wow,
Double
it'd be real
overtime.
shame.
And you'll be with me. You'll be all for. Hey, division winners should host those games. You'll be
Crap.
on my
I
side.
have to change my tune.
Hey, I brought you over to the turnover. You know the
Uh,
touchback on the fumble through the end
You
zone.
did.
I'm gonna bring you
changed
bring
my
you
mind.
over on this.
John was sitting at a table that said "change my mind," and then
Yep.
yeah, or I was
I
sitting at
did.
a table. Yeah, the mind has been changed. Yeah, no, that's not what I said, Stibbs.
Right, Josh.
She's changed my mind on one thing.
Maybe you should also become a Packers owner.
No, I'm okay. My
$300.
it's funny. Every Packer fan I know is one of those dorky owners. Joey is. My friend Aaron is.
There's like
Listener Sam.
there's
is.
someone in our neighborhood that has something on their license plate that says that too.
Oh,
They're
that they're
everywhere.
a Packers owner.
Dan is a Packers fan. My buddy Dugan.
Yeah, but an owner.
no, an owner.
Oh, my buddy
He's
Dugan's
also
an
an
owner.
owner. Dan's an owner.
Oh my goodness.
Is there anyone who's
Is every
quietly,
Packers fan just an owner too?
Pretty much.
Well, it doesn't.
Depends
Dapper.
if they have the money to buy a share.
Is there anyone who's quietly a Packers owner? Is there any Packers owner that you know who hasn't said, I'm a Packers owner? Because that's all
They're
I
like-
ever hear.
They're like marathoners, Happer.
Yeah.
How do you know a Packers owner? They'll tell you.
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
true.
yeah.
100%.
Did you know I've run in marathons before?
Yeah. You know, unlike the folks who do the whole, the 26.2 thing on their cars, Packers owner is like 0.00001%. What in the world?
What are these?
Is this the deep fat fried?
Uncrustables. Careful.
Oh.
He said they're hot. Don't burn your mouth.
Odson, this one's for you, baby.
Now,
We got the deep fried Uncrustables.
Joey, is there some giant shareholder or owner meeting that happens every year
There is.
that
It's
everybody just
near
goes
the
to?
near the end of July. I'll get something in the mail with like 4 tickets to go over there, and I don't have the time to take myself up to Green Bay for that because I don't have 3.
Wow, what kind of an owner are you?
What?
It's
what
mostly
do
a bunch
those-
of old people showing up to that.
Do you know what happens in those meetings? Or they just go over
They just
shares and reports and
Yeah,
stuff?
they go over stuff and they'll just break down what the most recent shares are sent to. Or
So, Joey, is that how all the rumors about Micah Parsons started getting spread around because all the owners were on like a giant group chat?
someone was tracking the airplanes from Dallas to Milwaukee. That's
we love
that's where it
Flight Tracker.
started.
Yeah.
And
There
then,
was
and
some
then
dog account that started tweeting, woof, woof,
And then
Micah
we-
Parsons getting traded.
Woof,
I
woof.
got really mad that dog account ended
and,
up being
and then
right.
the news happened on the day of the
I
Nebraska-Cincinnati game.
remember.
Yes, we
Thanks
remember.
to Gary
Soul
Sharp.
left
Yeah.
my body.
But Nebraska won. You should be happy.
And I
Sure.
spent $135 on a Micah Parsons
And,
jersey.
and the Cowboys
and
tied
the Packers
the
haven't
Packers.
lost.
I know.
haven't
They
won.
haven't won.
They haven't won.
Joey.
They haven't won since I bought the jersey.
Very different.
Yeah.
Yeah, you might want to get rid of that thing. I think it's bad luck.
Yeah.
That'd be my vote right now. Get yourself
It
an
was-
Eugenio
it-
Suarez
it was-
jersey
it
like
was e-
Stibbs.
It was either that or Tucker Kraft.
Tucker Kraft.
You should get a personalized one
Tight end.
and
That's
ride
how
Tight
you say
end.
tight end.
You
Yeah,
should
I
get a
know.
I
personalized
wish
one.
Dallas would have drafted him instead of Schoonmaker a couple years ago. Schoonmaker sucks.
Schoonmaker?
He's terrible. He's
Wow.
Dallas's backup tight end.
See, and this is why I didn't get a Jalen Waddle jersey yet, because I don't want the Dolphins to do bad.
Maybe you should get a game worn one like Happer would, and it'll be cheap.
I think I'm going to get a cheap Waddle jersey. He's the least problematic
You
wide
should get
receiver
you
they
should
probably
get
have.
those game worn goofy pants that your coach wears. Get those.
Joggers?
No,
yeah, whatever
no,
those
that-
things are that come up to his mid calf.
Capris.
Capri pants.
Oh, capris?
Game worn capri pants.
Just Mike McDaniel's capris?
The problem, but make sure you get them in a dark color because there's usually some stainage going on in the crotchetal region. After he's crapped down on his leg another time.
Maybe I should look into it. Paige did want to change our Halloween costumes. We were going to do that one that I had to explain and everybody hated.
Yeah, it's not good.
Bad idea.
She said instead I should dress as Mike McDaniel for Halloween because I already have joggers and I have a dolphin sweater.
That's
I
a
just
good
need to
idea,
grow out
actually.
the beard.
That's a good idea.
I need to get curly hair. I don't
Now
have
you
this
can
hair.
say the joke that you want to say.
Which joke?
John would say, plus Nick's ugly, so it'll be perfect.
Oh, wow.
That's what John would say.
Mike McDaniel's a handsome man,
That's what
John.
John would say.
He's a handsome man.
I wouldn't say it.
Is he really? I don't think he's handsome.
I think he's handsome.
Poll question.
Again, he runs in the same group as McVay and Shanahan. He's the ugly one in the group.
100%.
Every friend group has the ugly one. He's the ugly one.
Absolutely.
I don't think he's the ugly one.
Who is Shanahan? Shanahan's the hottest one by far.
No.
Oh yeah, he is, John.
He's so scruffy looking. His hair's like dangling out.
Hey, my
Got
hair's
shit.
dangling.
He looks like he's drunk half the time.
Gee, I wonder which coach John thinks is hot.
I think
Of course it's my coach. He's the most handsome, smartest coach in the NFL.
He doesn't have the offensive mind that my coach has.
Especially since McCarthy
I'll give
left.
the unbiased observer. I have no skin in the game. It is, in my opinion, Kyle Shanahan,
You're
Sean
get out of here.
McVay,
You're an idiot.
Matt LaFleur.
No,
No, you know
not
what?
Matt
McDaniel
LaFleur.
and
Thank
then
you.
LaFleur.
Thank you. McDaniel is
Put
more
Matt
handsome
LaFleur
than
on the
LaFleur.
bottom.
Matt LaFleur. Plus, Matt LaFleur always looks so whiny.
McDaniel is
That's
so
all he's
funny.
good at.
He's got like an
whines.
awkward, funny thing
He's
about
very
it.
good at whining, Joey. He is among the best at whining. Who does? McVay?
Oh, yeah, but
Like a high school football coach. Yeah, no offense to any high school football coaches.
he's just a bro, man. He's just a
There was a
football
high
bro.
school football coach when I was in high school who had a very similar haircut. Very similar haircut.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mike says, "Where's Andy Reid?" He's got a great mustache.
He does have the best mustache.
Andy Reid's still trying to figure out what Chris Jones was doing on that last play.
Oh wow.
Ooh, the ugliest division coaches, AFC West. All right, you got Pete Carroll's not bad.
Yeah.
Pete Carroll's not
Silver
bad.
Fox.
You got
Harbaugh.
Harbaugh's a goober,
Harbaugh is a goober.
and
Sean
your
Payton.
coach, your coach not a try, especially when he wears that stupid visor. Yeah, that's a pretty ugly division. Let's see, what else do we got? Okay, NFC East.
Well,
No,
we're really
Dave
doing
Ball.
a hot or not for NFL coaches.
We are.
We are. Let's do this. Okay, NFC East.
Sirianni. No way. That guy looks
Well,
like someone.
Dayball brings that division down.
He very much does. My
All right,
coach
but
pretty handsome.
I'll tell you though,
traditionally handsome coach.
NFC
Shout out Schottenheimer.
NFC North.
NFC. We already. Oh, well, I guess yeah. We were talking about just LaFleur.
I mean, you got LaFleur, not bad.
Dan Campbell.
Dan Campbell,
Big,
yoked.
handsome.
Ben Johnson.
Yeah.
Dan Campbell
Johnson,
is very.
not bad, and Vikings coach, he's not bad.
Kevin O'Connell.
Ken O'Connell, not bad. That's a pretty good division.
Dan Campbell is very blue collar hot.
AFC
like a
North.
nice tough man.
See, I think AFC North's pretty solid too. I was trying to remember what the Browns coach looked like. I can't even.
Kevin Stefanski.
Yeah, I can't even.
He looks clueless.
Yeah, got him.
I forgot his name.
Yeah.
I don't
He
think
is.
so.
Tomlin's the only thing holding that division
Well,
up.
yeah, Zach Taylor looks like a child. No offense to Zach Taylor.
Wow!
Wrong.
Former Husker
That's a
Zach
little
Taylor.
offensive.
He looks younger than Nick. He
Jeez.
looks younger than McMaster.
He doesn't look
Yeah.
that young.
Yes, he does. Go look at his face. I
Yeah.
don't think he's ever grown a facial hair.
AFC South. Liam Cohen's kind of weird looking.
Liam Cohen.
And of course, Nick's coach is ugly, so that division.
He's very handsome, John.
Vrabel's
NFC
hot,
South.
though.
NFC Kellen Moore.
What about Vrabel? Where are we putting
Vrabel's
Vrabel here?
hot,
Vrabel,
baby.
handsome man.
Oh, yeah.
Vrabel's like Vrabel's kind of like, you remember when
like Dan Campbell.
remember when Carmella had the affair with the guy, kind of like that. He's contractor hot.
Yeah.
He's contractor hot.
Well, that's kind of what I was saying about Dan Campbell. Blue collar hot,
Right.
contractor hot.
Yeah.
I get
I
it.
don't think Happer said a word in like 4 minutes.
Happer, what
I said
do
many
you think is
words.
the
I
hottest
don't
coach?
think you guys can hear me because I'm in a different
Oh.
location.
Oh, okay.
I said Vrabel's hot, and I can also hear myself reverberating back into my own ears. And then
Should we end the crossover, Happer? You got to get going.
Absolutely.
If we end it,
All right.
if we end it now, you can
15
get your
minutes
ass over here.
Come
we
on
Yeah,
by,
come
we
Happer.
here.
should have ended it 15 minutes ago. I haven't said anything.
All right. All right, Happer. Good to talk to you today.
Bye, Happer.
Happer.
Coming by.
Oh, boo.
Boo.
Connor Happer,
Boo.
ladies
Oh,
and
he
gentlemen.
literally left.
Yeah, that's the crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha, everlevelconcrete.com. The greatest Grum of the year is next on 1620 The Zone.
KOCN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Dude, we got greyhounds here and we got a running track. We got to have a race and take bets.
Let's put it in predictions for later on.
I like it. I like it a lot.
We've already eaten 2 things.
Yeah,
Many
and
more things
it's
to
only
go.
just started.
Yeah,
have a corn fritter. Thank God there was one left because Nick just ate another one.
They're so good.
Friends, it is autumn. There is a chill in the air. Maybe not right now, but usually at night.
Later there'll be a chill in the air.
The baseball playoffs are in mid-form. Footballs are flying through the air. The kids have already settled in to school. And soon the leaves will be a-changin'. And those leaves will start to turn a different color. And in many cases, those colors are crimson and gold. The colors of the Crimson Pride of Omaha-RONCALLI, home of the greatest concession stand in the world.
Dare I say galaxy?
We are here. You are here with us in spirit. Welcome to our most favorite time of the year. You know, some people be playing that Christmas music here in a few weeks. It's the most wonderful time of the year. Wrong. This is the most wonderful time of the year, and this is the most wonderful place. And put that shirt away, sir. That is an obscenity.
There we go.
That is an obscenity. That is an aberration.
Down with
That
the
is-
Eagles.
That is terrible.
I love this man.
Welcome.
My new best friend.
I'd say something, but I'm not going to.
All right.
Welcome to the greatest concession stand in the world. It's Omaha-RONCALLI. It's our annual trip here for a football game tonight between the Crimson Pride and the Ashland Greenwood Blue Jays. It is so good to have you here. We've got great friends here. Stibbs is here. Chris just brought his beautiful dogs who look nothing like they used to before. They
got
had beautiful
new dogs.
curly hair, and now they're all cut down. Of course, Nick is here.
Yep.
All of the Eddies are here.
Yep.
They have already been feeding us. We've already had the corn fritters. Now we've had the deep fried
Oh my God.
Uncrustables,
Yes.
dusted in powdered sugar,
Yes.
which are so good.
Yes,
it's the
they
only
are.
way to eat Uncrustables, in my opinion. And there's so much more to come.
Yes, there is.
And like I said, we've only just begun.
You know, I was thinking about on the drive-in, we have been doing this since 2018.
Is that the year it started?
It was indeed. My brain, as it does, it works in mysterious ways.
Yeah.
The next day.
You remember what you had for lunch that day?
No, well, whatever I had
Okay.
here. And
I guarantee
know,
it was a Euro.
I know the next day Nebraska hit rock bottom against Michigan. It was
Oh,
that-
that's right. It was rock bottom weekend.
It was that game. And remember, this happened because of the draft, and somebody called into the show and they referenced the great Euros at Roncalli, and we said, what? I wasn't even there that day. You were like, what on earth are you talking about? And now we have been coming here every year since 2018. And so this is depending. I don't remember if we came here during 2020, but it's either our 7th or our 8th trek here since 2018.
Mike Stibbs, who was our producer then. What do you remember about that draft? We did the draft it was concession food. It was favorite concession stand food.
Was it?
And the guy called in
And I believe I was on the East Coast, so it probably would have been Ravi. That might have been like the snatch
I
and
didn't
clean
think it had
day.
anything to do with concessions. I thought it was just like best sandwich or best thing in Omaha. And then when someone said this thing from a concession stand is why we were like, What the hell?
No, it was the best concession stand food.
I mean,
and someone
even
said
someone saying gyro at a concession stand.
And someone
would have
said the
been
gyros
weird,
at OMAHA-RONCALLI, and that was like a whole sentence that did not compute. It was like gyros,
and then doubled down
OMAHA-RONCALLI.
and said it's the best gyro in Omaha, and
Yes.
we laughed at them.
Yes.
Oops, and we were wrong.
Yeah, yeah. Because somebody then here heard it and they emailed us
Yep.
and said we'd love to
During
host
the
you.
draft, I'm pretty sure is the first
Yes.
time we heard. They were
Yes.
like, hey,
Wow.
I work there.
Yep.
I don't remember which one of you it was.
And
They were
next thing you
like,
know,
you guys should come check it out.
And we have been.
next thing you know, we've been here.
Yeah, like
and-
you said, it's like our favorite day of the year. We look forward to this. We every time during the summer, one of us will reach out first and it's like, hey, it's time to start planning. Here are the dates. When would you guys be interested in come? We try to figure out when it's going to work best with our schedule. And this is the day that we are here. And again, we were talking about
the nicest day.
Oh, this
Absolutely.
is gorgeous.
We were
I
talking
mean,
about it off the air. Like we've had chilly days. We've never really had like bad weather, right? It's never rained.
There
It's
was
never
one
been windy.
cold day.
We had a really cold day.
Yeah.
And
But
other
then they
times-
gave us blankets.
They gave us blankets.
And it was cold in comparison to coming out of fall. Like it
Yes.
wasn't
Yeah,
negative,
yeah.
whatever. But
Correct.
we were just like, it was pretty cold to sit outside for 4.5 hours.
We had one a couple years ago where I think we were here in September and it was hot. Like this is the best day by far we have ever had. Like the leaves, the color change, everything. It's perfect.
I took the afternoon off to be here.
Wow.
I even make sure to come. I mean, I think I missed the last one or two.
You usually
but this
come.
is the first time. Like this was the first thing I came to after I left the show.
Yep.
We gave you a gift.
Was a few months after I left. You guys had this, and you
Yep.
gave me my Broncos jersey.
Yep.
Anytime. I remember. I think it was last year, the year before. I wanted to, and I think it was maybe a Pearl Jam concert, likely. But
yeah, you and Ian were out of town.
yeah. I was like, dang it, that's the day we're leaving. But yeah, unless I have something like that going on, I'd make sure to get here.
And as we showed you yesterday, the menu this year has new items. They got Mamma Mia! They got the salchicha peppers and the meatball sub. Oh, it's so good. And of course, the world famous gyro, the half-pound cheeseburgers, the crispy chicken sandwiches, the fried pork tenderloins.
Remember they fed a shark one year.
Yes,
Yep.
there was a year that we had deep fried shark.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. But look at all the different mac and cheeses.
Yeah.
The spicy Italian mac and cheese, the chicken tender mac and cheese, the meatball mac and cheese, the brisket mac and cheese. They had to sacrifice something on the menu.
Oh, they did?
Coca-Cola products.
Coca-Cola products.
That a way to go.
Of course, you bring that up.
Come get your Dasani, your Powerade, your Diet Coke.
That's why everyone's stopping by.
Yeah.
They want Dasani.
Yes. Oh, Coca-Cola. I've never heard of this. What is this? No, the brisket. I'm sorry, the pulled pork. Not pulled pork this year. No pulled pork, but
It's all right. They got brisket nachos.
they got brisket nachos. That's all you need right there. Just boom.
tenderloin sandwich.
And again, the prices. I mean, you can't get prices like this and quality like this
Correct.
at most sports bars.
It's like
a meatball sub for $6. That's
Right.
pretty dang good.
But you get
incredible.
fries and a drink, and it's 12.
Yeah, that's really good.
Yeah, pretty awesome.
11 actually.
11. I'm sorry. I got to read.
You can give me the extra $1.
But yeah, so that's what we're here for today.
Yeah, this place rocks, and I'm a Scut kid.
Carson says, do they cater this all this food in, or is that
No.
Booster Club just run by a dude that can cook? It's
Multiple
run by
dudes.
dudes that can cook.
Dudes that can cook. They're all called the Eddies. They call themselves the Eddies.
Great name.
And then there's a big group of them, what, about 6, 7, who
Feels
run
like it grows every year.
It does. It does seem like it grow every year, but you know, there's a couple of deep fryers in the back. There's a couple of grills. There's a flat top. Some of the stuff, like Dan, who's usually our main contact, he does a lot of the prep. He said he didn't get to bed till 2:00 last night because he was making
Like the meats,
sauerkraut.
meats and,
He was making the sauerkraut. He was cutting up the onions
You
and
guys
the
are up to the
peppers.
same time then. You
Pretty
probably-
much.
You were up till 2 a.m.
Pretty
Why were you up
much.
so late?
Just,
Well, you know, there was
Heart-
a
heart
there was,
game.
there was a baseball game
Yeah.
on last night where
I
the
know how
Cubs
that
actually
works.
scored some runs.
Mhm.
Good
It was nice. It was nice. And
I'm happy for you, John.
I'm happy for you too.
well, tonight's your night to have
Oh God.
the big game feeling. It's all or nothing right now, baby. All or nothing. Well, speaking of that, it's time for the Grum Down, brought to you by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. We're going the distance. Going the distance. Mariners,
going
Tigers
for
tonight,
speed.
Cubs, Brewers tomorrow.
Let's go.
God, they've run out of booze in Philly.
Where's that guy who
Like
always
the
comes
town?
in? Where's that guy who always comes in and talks trash about the Eagles and how good Jalen Hurts is? Wonder what that guy's saying today. God,
Probably-
he sucks.
Is he a Phillies fan too?
I hope so. I really hope he is. I hope he's having the worst day, man. I really hope so.
We got a Maryland preview, but because when I
Nice.
created this,
Who they're playing? Oh, it just says Colin.
I didn't have the name, but the gentleman from Inside MD Sports,
Jeff Ehrman.
Jeff Ehrman.
They're playing Maryland, Stips.
Wow.
Yeah,
how much you
Nebraska's-
guys. That's how much respect you guys have for Maryland. You didn't remember.
No, I got
his
plenty of
name.
respect for Maryland.
Interesting.
I remembered his name. I remembered he was from 24/7. Is what I said to John.
Yes.
He's the guy from 24/7,
So
and then
you
Nick
remember his
responded, "No."
The paranoia is really big, as in B1G.
Okay.
Kent's Movie Club will go back to 28 days later.
John hated it.
I didn't see it.
Really? You never had either?
You're good.
I haven't seen any of the 28.
This was
movies.
the first time
You're
I
good.
watched one of it. This
You're
is
good.
this is the first one.
You're
We're
good.
watching the original.
That's the first one?
Yeah.
28 days, right?
Yeah.
We got an NFL Week 6 and a college football Week 7 preview.
Oh man, a lot of interesting games this weekend.
On both ends,
Yep.
pro and college.
Yep.
Our Super Friends Roundtable. Jack Mitchell will join us at 5:30 today from our sister station KLIN, and we'll chit-chat. We've got a lot of stuff to talk about today.
Yeah.
In the Super Friends Roundtable coming up in the happy hour today. Speaking of the happy hour, it is a One Beer Friday brought to you by Cross Drain Brewing.
Nice.
And we will do predictions. And we, of course, are here at the home of the Crimson Pride, OMAHA-RONCALLI, who tonight take on Ashland Greenwood. Talk to our official bookmaker of the
Irvington.
Unsportsmanlike Conduct Sportsbook and Casino in beautiful downtown Irvington.
Irvington.
Pretty big number. Pretty big number tonight.
Oh no.
Yeah, pretty big number tonight.
Favor of the
Yeah,
home
the
team?
Eddies were telling me it's not looking good. They
Oh,
got some
no.
injuries. Apparently Ashland's got some pretty big dudes.
Big strong men.
Big strong men. Tears in their
Tears in their eyes,
They
whole
come
9
off the
yards.
bus.
Oh, that's
Yeah, so
all right.
But hey, Roncalli's got the spirit of unsportsmanlike conduct behind them.
that's right.
That's why
They
they, don't
got
play
us.
games on paper.
That's right.
Play them on the
Exactly right.
football field, Stibbs.
And
Couple
they're-
turnovers,
and
a
they're-
weird interception, pick six.
Yeah.
This game's
Maybe
up
the other
for
quarterback
grabs.
looks like Jalen Hurts.
Maybe he does.
While Ashland Greenwood is having to stop at Burger King for their pregame meal,
Oh,
Roncalli comes here
true.
and gets himself a gyro or a pork
They had to
tenderloin.
get their kids from two towns. That's not fair.
That isn't fair.
That isn't fair. That's a good point.
Yeah.
And by the way,
They're
they're
playing two towns.
going to flood that town someday anyway.
It's going to be our giant lake.
They're going to be called the Ashland Greenwood Underwaters.
Ooh, that's a fun nickname.
Or what was that? What was that movie that
Star Wars
from the
Episode
Black
1.
No.
Oh.
The one, the real flop with Kevin Costner.
Oh, yeah. I never saw that movie.
Waterworld.
Waterworld.
That was not a horrible movie.
Really?
Really?
Movie
Box
club?
office wise, yes.
Why couldn't you pick that instead of the
Huge
damn
flop.
movies you picked?
You would have hated Waterworld probably.
Not as much as
kid.
Tusk.
As a kid, I liked it. It's
Not as
probably
much
very
as
bad.
Tusk.
The Waterworld ride or show or whatever at Universal or something was pretty cool. I remember that.
Waterworld is streaming on Amazon Prime, John.
Oh, you guys should do it.
Amazon Prime for Waterworld.
Anything to break Spooky Month, as far as I'm
We're
concerned.
good. I have Nick's pick. Spooky month rolls on.
I mean, an
Nice.
entire Earth flooded is pretty spooky.
That it would be spooky.
It would be. Imagine all the sharks.
Dibs, I'm guessing you have seen Nick's pick for next week, and I'm
I can't
guessing
wait to
you
find out.
you loved it. I have seen. I saw it in theater.
Oh, is it Tusk 2?
Electric Boogaloo.
I
No, John,
wish.
it is not Tusk 2.
Oh, this movie rocks.
Yeah.
It's a legit scary movie. Like,
Yeah.
it's legit. Like you guys were talking about, most movies aren't scary. This movie's scary.
Yeah, it's great.
Like
I can't
it was
wait.
one
Come
where I
on.
had to watch a couple episodes of like Simpsons or something afterwards before I went to bed. to,
Okay,
like, cleanse the
okay,
palate.
but that's not. I mean, I had to watch like the Cannonball Run to clean Vanilla Sky out of my brain.
No, that
I
was
mean,
because
that
I
was
was
so
afraid I'd have
bad.
nightmares. It's a legit terrifying movie.
All
Very
right,
wild.
It's a crazy movie.
all right, we'll see.
Very
Tony,
wild. Yeah. Let's just not say anything. Let's not say anything. That's all stuff.
I might watch it with you. I haven't seen it since the first time.
402-951-1620. It is the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. You can hit us up on the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC1620, and the Equitable Bank Zone inbox at Equitable. We take banking personally. Answer the phone on the first ring. John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com, Stibbs at 1620thezone.com. Oh, I'm
Whoa.
sorry.
It might still be out there somewhere.
back.
It probably is.
It's bad.
No one took it. I know that.
That's
But-
true.
When we come back here to Omaha-Roncalli, we will preview Maryland with the I have to look at it. I have to- I have
That
to-
24/7 guy.
The 24/7 Jeff Ehrman.
Something about crab cakes. I don't know.
Man.
Jeff Ehrman from Maryland 24/7 coming up next, live from Omaha-Roncalli on 1620 The Zone. Round 3 has been served. We've now gone to the savory side. And I'm telling you, man, I don't know. Dan has a magic way of getting his wings.
Yep.
These wings, I'm not kidding. They are legit like twice the size of a Buffalo Wild Wings wing.
It's wild. And this is the thing that I look forward to every year the most because they're breaded, which people don't always do with their wings as well.
Yeah.
So they're really crunchy and they're super juicy.
And there's like, how many different sauces do you have back there, Dan? Like 12?
Yeah, we got
About a
6
dozen.
over here.
We got
in
6
front of us.
over here.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the third course has now been served here at the Omaha-RONCALLI concession stand. But right now, let's go to the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline as we preview the Nebraska-Maryland game with an inside look at the Terps. Here's Jeff Ehrman of Inside MD Sports, member of the 24/7 Network. Jeff, good afternoon. Thanks for joining us.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me.
This offseason was fairly dramatic. Mike Loxley admitting how he had lost the locker room over some NIL deals and how they were handled. But it hasn't, at least it appears from a distance, it hasn't manifested itself on the field. How did all of this get aired out?
Well, I think last year the issue was, they didn't have the NIL budget of a lot of the teams they were playing, and it was a fraction of several of them. And so, according to Mike Loxley, there was some jealousy in the locker room because, only a few guys were being paid a significant amount of money, and that kind of led to some turmoil. And this year they're more well-funded. Obviously, you have the revenue sharing, and, I think they flushed out some of those guys, brought in a really good freshman class that has, 4 or 5 guys playing at a really high level.
Jeff, I want to look at the offensive side of the ball first and start with Malik Washington. I guess I'm curious overall if this has been what you expected, the good and the bad from the freshman quarterback as he's gotten off to this 4-1 start.
I'd say he's been better than expected. You guys know very well how difficult it is for a true freshman quarterback to start in the Big Ten. So there have been some ups and downs, but overall he's averaging about 250 yards a game, hasn't turned it over often, generally makes the right decisions. There are some typical freshman flaws in terms of accuracy, but it would be hard for anybody to say they expected him to be better than this right away.
Talking with Jeff Erdman of Maryland 24/7, his hesitancy to run, is that a personal choice, a coaching choice? Because you think that, as a bigger athletic quarterback that his legs would be an asset, but really hasn't run a whole lot this year.
Yeah, my gut is that it's a coach's choice just based on the past few years. Last year, Billy Edwards was a starter, came into the season known for his running ability and didn't run nearly as much as expected. The year before that, Talia Tungavailoa really didn't look like he ever wanted to run. So, I think it's probably largely a coaching thing where they're, concerned about injuries and that sort of thing.
Jeff, it's been interesting in the last couple of games because Maryland has really taken advantage of short fields against both Wisconsin and then against Washington last week to go up on them early. Of course, they were able to hold on versus Wisconsin, not against Washington. In terms of being reliant or overly reliant, if they're unable to get those short fields early against Nebraska tomorrow, could that be an issue for the offense, do you think?
It could be an issue. The offense hasn't been that explosive. The running game has been very weak. They're last in the Big Ten in rushing yards. Washington has made a lot of plays, but their playmakers haven't been super explosive, and there's been a lot of drops. So the defense has really been responsible for a lot of their success. Obviously, Nebraska has a good defense, so that's going to be a really interesting matchup.
Jeff Erdman of Maryland 24/7 Sports. The running game can almost be described as something else to do besides pass. I mean, they haven't averaged particularly a lot. And I saw there was some criticism because of the way the fourth quarter went that they should have run the ball more. But do you think there is a trust issue right now that they just don't trust the running game enough to do enough to complement the offense?
Probably. It just hasn't worked. There hasn't been a single game yet, even though, their record is 4-1. None of those 5 games, even against the soft competition early on, Florida Atlantic, Northern Illinois, and Towson, they still weren't able to really bust out. And that was an issue last year, too. It's kind of a strange dichotomy because the offensive line is blocked really well in pass protection. Malik Washington's only been sacked 2 times so far. but the run blocking hasn't been there. So late in the game last week, they went to a ton of short and passes and screen passes, and that didn't really work well as a replacement. But yeah, I think that's it. They just have I think they realize at this point the running game is just not very powerful.
Good receivers, though. The three top seniors, Knotts, he's got 5 of the 9 receiving touchdowns this year. Smith has the best per-catch average. Farouk has the most catches overall. How much more possible is it to ask more out of them, given what we just talked about concerning the run game?
Yeah, they've made a decent amount of plays. The biggest thing is, as I said earlier, is the drops. There's just been an inordinate number of drops, including late in the game against Washington. They were trying to move down the field and score. They had a great chance to. Malik Washington threw a perfect pass, and Farouk dropped it, and that sealed the loss. So that's been the biggest thing. It's just too many drops.
Jeff, other side of the ball, we spent the majority of this conversation talking about the true freshman quarterback, but Stewart and Mathis on that defensive line have done a real wonderful job getting after the quarterback. A lot of combined sacks for them so far this year. I guess I'll just ask a similar question to the one I asked about Washington. Was this the expectation? Because I remember in the preseason, these two names were not brought up as much as we talked about with Malik Washington.
Well, it depends how closely you were following things. On our site, we reported pretty much the whole spring and summer that everyone was raving about Sidney Stewart. Obviously, you don't expect a true freshman to come in and be second in the Big Ten in sacks halfway through the season, but that was the word, was that he was just a force. And then Mathis, he's a prototypical kind of long NFL D end, very athletic, was a 4-star recruit who had offers from all the heavy hitters. So it's not really surprising with him either. Maybe that he's been this productive early, but as I said earlier, they're not the only ones. They have several, along with Malik Washington, several other true freshmen who've been key players. I don't recall a Maryland team ever having nearly this much production out of true freshmen.
Jeff Erman of Maryland 24/7 Sports joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. 9 interceptions this year, most by the secondary. 6 of those did, though, come in the first game, but 2 of the 9 have been brought back for scores. How would you describe the Terrapins' pass defense, especially on the back end so far through 5 games?
Yeah, they've played exceptionally well. Last year was a huge issue. They gave up a ton of long plays. They were playing a bunch of new guys. This year they brought in a couple transfers, Dante Joyner from Arkansas State and Jamari Glasker from Wake Forest, who've been really solid as starters. Jalen Husky at safety, I think, is one of the better safeties in the Big Ten. And then they've also got some really good young emerging talent at cornerback. So that's been, you could argue that's been their best unit so far.
How do you think, Jeff, that this defense is going to match up with Nebraska's offense? John asked you about, or we've talked about the pass rush, and the ability that they have to get to the quarterback. We know about Nebraska's struggles, but when they do give Dylan Raiola time, they have been able to throw the ball downfield. How do you think that the matchup works in or against the favor of the Terps tomorrow?
Yeah, you said it. That's the big question. Maryland's pass rush is one of the best in the country. One of Nebraska's few flaws has been pass protection. So, you could definitely argue that's the key to the game right there. Maryland being able to get to Raiola, or at least, rush him and kind of muddle things up in the trenches. The D-backs really let down in that fourth quarter last week. It was the one, poor performance that they've had. So it'll be interesting to see how they bounce back this week against a really good team.
Jeff, a lot of Nebraska's success this year has been built on the back of a vastly improved special teams unit, but I'm curious from a Maryland side of things. I know there might be some concerns about kickoffs not going deep enough, maybe giving up some returns, but I'm curious what you think about the special teams matchup in this and how Maryland has fared so far in the third phase.
Yeah, you're right. The kickoffs have been an issue. They've been regularly short. Return game has been okay, not explosive. So those two are, probably advantages for Nebraska. On the other hand, Maryland's kicker has only missed one, or I guess 2. He missed a 55-yarder last week, but he's been very accurate, which is no surprise. He kid named Sean O'Hare, who transferred from Richmond, who made all 12 of his field goals last year in his first year as a kicker. And then punter Bryce McPherson transferred from Notre Dame before last season, and he's been one of the better punters in the Big Ten. So they're pretty strong at kicker and punter.
Jeff, I had a chance earlier this week to talk to a Maryland grad, and just like judging off of that conversation, it seemed like the loss last week sucked a lot of the energy out of him, and he is worried about that with the atmosphere tomorrow and it kind of trickling down to the program. Do you think that is like it's probably going to be there with the fan base? Is it a concern with the players and the program at large, in your opinion?
Yeah, I think anytime you lose a game in that way, it's a concern. Mike Locksley has said, that they've moved on. They've all taken it the right way. They're not letting it hang over their heads, but it'll be interesting to see how energetic they look in that first quarter, how they come out aggressive and confident, or if they still look a little shell-shocked from last week. Because, if you lose, that was a chance to go 5-0 and, have 2 Big Ten wins nobody predicted you to have and really set yourself up for a huge breakout season. Now that you've lost that one, this one almost feels like a must-win just from a wins and losses perspective, and also just from a kind of keeping the trains on the track, keeping morale up perspective.
Jeff, I know they've got 4 of the 6 that they need. What would just getting to a bowl mean this year for Maryland, or are the expectations a little bit higher than that?
No, I think getting to a bowl would be a successful season. Most people had them in the bottom 2 or 3 of the Big Ten. Their projected wins total was 4.5, and they're relying, as I said, on the true freshman quarterback and true freshmen all over the place. So, if you can get to a bowl there, that shows that you've bounced back from that really rough season last year, and you combine that with all the hope generated by all these young stars, and you can really kind of see things developing down the road really nicely. So I think a bowl would be acceptable for most of the fans.
Jeff Ehrman, Maryland 24/7 Sports. Inside MD Sports is the name of the website. Jeff, we appreciate it. Thanks. See if you can keep that rain at bay for at least a couple of hours tomorrow.
Will do. I got you.
All right,
you, Jeff.
Jeff Ehrman joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Speaking of the weather, when Jack and I were on the air this morning on the Friday Husker Tailgate on our sister station KLIN, the forecast was calling for a 50% chance of rain in game.
Ugh.
But
is that dropping?
Late update here from the National Weather Service, which still exists, Nick, by the way. The forecast, the rain chances have actually diminished in the mid-afternoon. Basically about 25% chance of rain in game. It doesn't really get it back into that 50% range until after nightfall. So there is a chance that Nebraska could dodge a few of those rain showers. But that forecast has changed quite a bit. 2 days ago, it was looking kind of like it does now. Then this morning, it looked a little more bleak. Now it's calmed back down. So a little bit of unpredictability there. Certainly it may change again between now and kickoff time. But the good news is Matt Rule did practice, had the team practice with wet balls. So they should be ready to go. The winds should not be a factor like they were last week.
Thank God.
Going to be light winds.
Yeah. Well, I talked about it earlier this week. You kind of hope it's not sunny because the shadows at this stadium suck for a mid-afternoon game. And I'm not even really kidding about that. The white balance really does a number on the camera. So I kind of hope it's a cloudy day. There's a good question here from Alan. And we talked about the pass rush, and I imagine we'll talk about that when we get to Keys later. He says, even though Maryland leads the Big Ten in sacks, do you think their line is better than Michigan? Do you think that experience will help them Saturday? Their pass rush has been very, very good for sure. We talked about it with Michael earlier this week. Like, look at the non-con against a bunch of bad teams, and then look at it versus power teams. They're still getting to the quarterback. The interceptions is what's really taken a nosedive. As you mentioned, 6 of the INTs came in the first game of the year. So it's like, I kind of am almost throwing that stat out. And I don't want to completely delete it, but at the very least, cut that number in half. Like, we're not talking about the 2003 Nebraska defense, right, with Josh Bullocks and those guys back there. But that pass rush has certainly been a problem. Look, I think the problem is less, has Nebraska seen a pass rush like this? It's just they're bad at protecting Dylan Wright.
Exactly. 15 sacks in 3 Power 4 games.
And so, in a way, I think this will be a discussion. Barring a real nice turnaround from them and barring something different tomorrow or next week or the week after, I do need to see it before I believe it. with them protecting Dylan Raiola. So forget about what the stats say about the opposition. It's about Nebraska getting their house in order, in my opinion, first and foremost right now.
Yeah, and I would agree. And I would also say that I think it's a little incumbent upon Dana Holgerson to call a better game this week. He admitted himself that, there were a couple times where maybe the play call lent itself to a bad play. But this is going to be the first true road game. And I think there's going to be some opportunities here, and I'll talk about it in my keys a little bit later on. But I think better play calling and getting the ball out quicker, getting the ball to your playmakers in space quicker will do a lot for mitigating that pass rush. But there's no question. Remember, last week we talked about it in the 16-20 the analytics. Michigan State didn't get after the quarterback, but they came out and sacked Dylan 5 times.
Yep.
So,
that's why I say
it really doesn't matter. And it almost doesn't
yourself.
matter who you're playing because this is an ongoing Nebraska issue, and that's something that Nebraska has to get fixed. Your friend has come over.
Let's go Cowboys. What do we got now?
Fried something.
I see fried pickles.
Fried pickles.
And fried something.
Oh. These might be like onion
things. You think that's what that is? Oh,
yep.
Man.
Onion.
Mm.
Fourth course.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man. Those are salted good, too.
Oh, my gosh. But, yeah, this defense is good, but so far a lot of their numbers are definitely built off of the non-conference games against the bad teams. So, that's not to say they're bad, but I just want to see what Maryland turns into over the course of the rest of the year. That's the side of the ball where it seems to be strength on strength, though. We went over it in yesterday's 16-20 the analytics. The offense for Maryland has a lot of blue, a lot of dark blue in particular.
Right.
The defense has a lot of green, and that's good. You want to have the green color-coded stuff whenever you're looking at numbers on that website.
We are live at OMAHA-RONCALLI in the greatest concession stand in the world. We got deep fried pickles and fried onion. Well, onion straws. Thank you. Onion straws.
Good job by you, Stibbs.
I was looking for the right word.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man.
Yeah, we got all sorts of
yeah. We got to get those sauces over here as well. When we come back here at OMAHA-RONCALLI, 64th and Sorensen Parkway.
Nice.
Put up a post yesterday that, my God, my mentions are still getting lit on fire from angry Big Ten fans and angry SEC fans.
Well, they're both angry at you?
They're just angry at each other. They're angry at the world. They're just angry people.
Interesting.
They're just very angry, weird people.
All right.
So we'll get into that. Kent's Movie Club is coming up. We'll preview week 6 of the NFL in this hour.
Nice.
Live here from Omaha-RONCALLI and 1620 The Zone.
we get to the mentions heard around the world,
The Menchies.
Sam wants to know, when will Roncalli sell concession stand national champs T-shirts?
Ooh, concession stand national champs.
A great idea.
It should be today. What, more?
More food.
Already? What is this?
Oh, my gosh. So it looks like, I'm guessing this is some sort of a fried
Oh, is that like
cheese.
cauliflower?
Is that cauliflower or is that cheese? There's it's
Oh.
green cheese. And then what's this? Oh, my gosh. Wow.
Oh, good night.
Yeah.
Oh, good night.
Yeah. Wow. We are just having a lovely time. People love hearing the noises, the crunch of the microphone. People keep saying, I wish you would eat more on the air. They love the sounds. They just
Folks,
love it.
if you've been with the Grum long enough, you know what we do every October.
Mm-hmm.
We're here and we're eating
Yep.
great stuff.
And we're having a great time.
And yeah, exactly. I mean, we used to do Taste Test Wednesday. It didn't matter. The concession stand national champion T-shirts. I think that's the next thing on the agenda. Put it up there.
Yeah.
Put it up for sale. Concession.
I'd wear the shirt.
The Eddies.
The dogs are
stand,
interested.
Concession stand national champions.
Yeah, the dogs are interested.
Yeah.
Good
Oh,
stuff.
So these are jalapeno balls?
Something. Yeah. He said it's a mystery ball. Wow. Listen to that crunch.
That is like a perfect crunch.
Oh, my gosh.
That is a perfect crunch.
Baymon says, I hate the Roncalli remote. Yeah, because you're not here, Baymon. That's why you hate it.
Yeah, get your butt
Because
over
you're
here.
jealous. Yeah, stop by, Baymon. We
will share.
We saw Baymon a month ago when we were doing another remote a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
Stop on by, Baymon.
Yeah, it's free here. I mean, we'll share our food. So yesterday,
You made people mad.
I made people mad. So here's the motivation for this.
You wanted to make people mad.
No, I was curious.
But you knew that it would make people mad.
Well, of course I did. I'm
So-
not going to be ignorant and say no, this wasn't going to make people mad because we know how it is. And I'll be honest with you, it's refreshing that people are mad about something like this versus being mad over the other nonsense that we are mad about in sports these days.
You talking about like conference realignment or playoff
That
stuff?
kind of stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Steroid use in baseball.
This is fun because we've taken the argument over national champion,
Uh-huh.
right?
Yeah.
That used to be voted on, and now it's turned into conference rivalries.
Yeah.
And I know there's some people in the Big Ten, oh, we don't cheer for conference.
Oh, here we
blah,
go.
blah, blah. But, and that's fine if you don't want to, but guess what? In the SEC, they do. So deal with it.
I did laugh, by the way, when you quoted yourself and said, I don't have a dog in this fight, which everybody knows that ain't true. You hate the Big Ten way more than you hate the SEC. You got a dog in this fight. You're an SEC guy. You say it all the time. Don't pretend like you don't have a dog in the fight.
I don't have a dog in the fight.
That's not true. Everybody listening
Yeah, it
knows
is.
that you're an SEC
Do I
guy.
hate the Big Ten more than the SEC?
Yes.
Absolutely.
So then you do have a dog in the fight.
because of the stuff they do off the field.
I know, but so that
not
means
the
you
on the field
that means
stuff.
you have a dog
the
in the
off
fight.
the field stuff.
That means-
Because they come up with the dumbest ideas.
Sure.
They are the whiniest.
I know.
And they are the most entitled with no reason to be entitled.
Which means you have a dog in the fight.
No, I don't have a dog in the fight.
Okay.
I was curious how these conferences would match up, right?
Yeah.
So what I did was I went to K Ford and I lined up and I just went in order on his overall power rankings.
Okay.
Top 16 in the SEC. Of course, that's all their schools. Top 16 in the Big 12.
So who did
And
Big Ten?
matched and Big 10. See, again, another.
This is why he has a dog in the fight.
Because they're dumb. They need to change their name. Be the Big Dumb Conference. I don't care. But so here's the
And then
results.
how did you create the point spread?
This is K Ford. Because remember, in K Ford, his power ranking
Oh,
is
it has a number attached.
it's the number attached to it, and that number represents how much better that team is versus the average.
An average team,
right?
correct. Yep. Okay.
So it's just very, very simple.
Okay.
And if you look at the top three matchups,
Yep.
Ohio State, Alabama, Oregon, Georgia, Indiana, Texas, in all three, the Big Ten would be favored. Ohio
Shout
State
out Big Ten.
by 2.7, Oregon by 4.4 over Georgia, Indiana by 2.5 over Texas. So
Interesting.
clearly, if
The
we're
top
just
of the
talking
league.
if we're talking the top three, clearly advantage Big Ten. And even if you look at the next three matchups
They're
down,
all essentially coin flips.
4, 5, and 6, Michigan, Ole Miss, USC, Texas A&M, Penn State, Oklahoma. According to K Ford, they're all SEC, but they're all within 2 points.
Yeah.
They're all within 2 points in his power rankings. So in many ways, you could say if we were to take the top 6 of the Big Ten versus the top 6 of the SEC, according to Kelly Ford's ratings, the Big Ten would be in really good shape. And to some people, that's what determines how great a conference is.
Well, that's
just give me what happens at the top. They don't care about the middle. They don't care about the bottom. Again, that's your judgment. I don't. Whatever it is you want to do.
The SEC used to say for years in their heyday, like a decade and a half ago.
Mushrooms.
Nice.
Now deep fried mushrooms.
Oh my
Good grief. It's like the appetizer round. They got it all mixed up. We had dessert first, and we had the wings. Then we got anyway. But then once you get to the 7th place matchup, which by the way includes Nebraska versus LSU, on down, it is total domination by the SEC. LSU would be a 4.2 favorite on K Ford over Nebraska. Tennessee by 5 over Washington. Vandy by 4 over Illinois. Mizzou by 4.5 over Iowa. Auburn by 9 over Rutgers. This is where it really gets out of bounds. Florida by almost 10 over Maryland. South Carolina by 6 over Wisconsin. Arkansas by 5 over Minnesota. Mississippi State 4.5 over Michigan State. And Kentucky by 4 over Northwestern. So when you go 7 through 16, it's all SEC and all, for the purposes of this exercise, we'll call it comfortably. So overall, you'd have 13 of the 16 games where the SEC team would be favored by K Ford, and 3, and this is all in a neutral field, by the way.
Yeah.
3 where the Big Ten is a favorite. But again, depending on how you want to argue conference strength, is it overall depth? Is it just at the top? Both sides have a very strong argument. SEC's got depth. Big Ten is top.
Yeah, I don't care about the bottom of the leagues. For me, it's about the upper crust, and it's about the teams that are
Yeah, but doesn't the upper crust, isn't that influenced, though, by the teams at the bottom? Because when you're beating those, if you're beating better teams overall, doesn't that make your top theoretically a little bit better?
Well, these are opponent adjusted. So like what Ohio State's able to do, like they take that into account where the team ranks overall. And like when I meant upper crust, I wasn't just saying like the top 3. I'm talking about like the playoff contenders, like the top 8 is like, that's what matters to me the most. I don't care that Maryland or Kentucky's better than Northwestern. That does nothing for me. Like, okay. Like, I don't think that tells me anything about conference strength. How good is your top and how good are your other playoff? You're just missing playoff teams. The LSU and Nebraskas of the world, the Tennessee and Washingtons of the world. I think that tells conference strength because in theory, those teams should be able to compete in theory with the top of the league, in my opinion. So that's how I have always viewed conference strength. I've never considered, can Purdue beat in the old days? Can Purdue beat Vanderbilt? That doesn't tell me about conference strength. That's the bottom of the league. It doesn't really matter. Can the number 6 team in one league beat the number 6 team in the other league? That is conference strength because those are the teams that are, in theory, right on the edge of being among the upper crust of the league.
Well, as I mentioned, there were a lot of mentions, and the debate is still going on. I've got people arguing amongst themselves, Big Ten and SEC honks alike, arguing amongst themselves. And I'll tell you, a common thread in these arguments, especially from the Big Ten side of things, is this silly notion that the preseason polls are to blame for all of this. That if it weren't for those darn preseason polls, websites like K Ford and Bill Conley and Fremo and others, well, it'd show that the Big Ten was better. It'd show that we had the better depth and not the SEC. And I can't stress enough how wrong-headed this is. Because K Ford does not look at the AP poll. K Ford does not factor in anything with the AP poll when he does his stuff. And most importantly, the committee, the College Football Playoff Committee, the people who are in charge of picking the playoff teams, do not look at the Associated Press poll. And the shame of it is, I think a lot of people are being duped. I think they're being duped by people that should know better. They're being duped by some Big Ten coaches who spent some of their time during conference media days whining about preseason polls. People like Joel Klatt, who went on another screed this week on social media about how the preseason polls are bad and we got to get rid of them. It's unfair. It's not unfair to anybody. It's an opinion poll. It's a cross-section opinion poll of 65 people who cover the sport all across the country. And it's not overly weighted to the South, and it's not overly weighted to the Midwest. It's people from all across the country who cover college football. And yet this has become the boogeyman that folks have used to say, well, this is why people don't think we're a good conference. And the part I don't understand is, if you're a Big Ten person, you've got the strongest argument today to lean on. You've won the last 2 titles.
Yeah, and
that's the strongest argument that anyone can lean on. You have the last 2 titles. So why are we continuing to beat this drum that if we could only get rid of the preseason polls, everything would be copacetic, everything would be fine, and people would understand that we're the greatest conference on earth? You don't need that Big Ten. You've got the last 2 natties, and there's a chance, a pretty good one, I'd say, that you could win another one, because your top 2 contenders right now, depending on what Indiana does tomorrow, but your top 2 contenders tomorrow are probably in a better spot, Oregon and Ohio State, than the top 2, 3, 4, 5 contenders right now in the SEC.
I'm happy that I don't engage with these people.
Well, I wasn't engaging with them, but they're
showing up in your mentions.
They're in my mentions.
Like, you did this thing, and then it ended up just having a flood of angry people in your mentions for 2 days. And I'm like, man, I'm happy that I'm not participating in that garbage, because, like,
I just ignore them.
Yeah. Well, then we did a segment about it, so we're not.
We did. I did this. I did this because I wanted to do a segment on it, because I thought we would just have the conversation of, hey, isn't this interesting? But now it's, again, and that's been a common argument, especially from the Big Ten side, is, those preseason polls. We got to get rid of those preseason polls. Here's the problem. If you get rid of the preseason polls, guess what? That ain't going to stop Athlons. That ain't going to stop Phil Steele.
That's why I say, we don't have to engage with these idiots. Nothing's going to change.
But the problem is, Josh, they're being encouraged by the Big Ten themselves. The coaches who went after the preseason polls, the people like Joel Klatt and others who are in the media and have an overinflated voice. And these people need to get smarter.
But they're not going to. You're like getting
But they should. They have a better responsibility.
I know.
They should be smarter. And this is why I keep going after the Big Ten for being dumb.
You have a dog in the hunt.
I have a dog in the hunt, and my dog is this.
That's all I'm trying to get
My dog is Big Ten. Get smarter. Stop being dumb.
We're at Roncalli. We're supposed to be having a great time.
We are.
You're getting yourself
I'm having a blast.
You're getting yourself
I'm
triggered.
having fun. Oh, look at this. I got fried cheese.
John.
Oh, man, that's so good.
You need to. I remember a few years ago, I would go home and I would argue on Twitter with people. And at one point, my now wife said, "Why do you do that? You're just making yourself angrier." And I said, "Honey, that is a great point. John, you need to ignore these people. All they do is raise your blood pressure. Joel Klatt says dumb crap all the time. You just got to ignore him. Nothing's going to change. Joel Klatt's not going to get the AP poll deleted. It's going to be there. It's going to be there forever. You're fine. Nothing's going to change. People have bad opinions.
I am fine.
You were just screaming.
Yeah.
We're at a great remote that we're having a lovely time, and now you're yelling. We should be eating food on the air and making
I
people
literally
angry.
just ate 2 things on the air.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, I don't want you to
I'm fine.
burst a blood vessel.
I'm not bursting a blood vessel.
In your forehead.
I'm good.
All right.
I'm great. Big Ten's dumb.
Don't put it on
but
the
I'm
internet
great.
that John is mad.
I just like to get fired up. That's all.
I know you
I
do.
like to go after dumb people.
I'm just happy that I got you to admit that you do have a dog in the hunt. Like, don't lie to the audience. We all know that you like the SEC more
The
than
Big Ten is dumb.
Thank you.
The Big Ten needs to get smarter.
Correct.
Now, this league that says they have all these smart schools. I got a degree, but my degree is a Big 8 degree. The Big 8, who has more national titles since 1950 than the Big 10. That's my degree. I got a smart degree.
You do.
Those of you who graduated during the Big 10 era, I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
The funny thing is that Joe Klatt's also he's a Big 12 guy.
He's a Big 12 guy.
He's a Colorado
But he's a
guy.
Colorado guy.
He's not very smart. He stopped
not
coming
very
on the
good.
Grum years ago. That's why we don't like him anymore.
Well,
I was out ahead of it. Stibbs was out ahead on Cat 40. I was out ahead on, I think Joe Klatt is a troll. He trolls. That's what he does. He's a Big Ten honk. And you were like, no, he's really good. Nah, he's a troll. He's a honk. But that's what all the people do. Just like you're a Big East honk, he's a Big Ten honk. Everybody is the honk for the schools and the networks they work with. Gary Danielson was an SEC guy. Now he's a Big Ten guy. That's what everybody does. That's what everybody does. They get the paycheck.
What are you honking for?
Nothing. I honk for
Liar.
rational opinions. But I tell you, I never see. But that's the thing. I never hide behind. Oh no, I don't have a dog in the fight. I tell you that I want Michigan to beat Ohio State, and I tell you that the Eagles are idiots. I tell you all these things.
I tell you that the Cowboys are idiots.
Exactly.
All the time.
But you lied about this. That's I
didn't lie about anything.
You said you didn't have a dog in the fight.
When it came to that exercise, I was genuinely curious how it was going to line up. I had no idea what it was going to be. I had zero idea what it was going to be.
And here's the best part.
Curiosity killed the cat.
You know why none of this matters ultimately? Because
they're going to decide it on the field.
Like we don't have to care. Why people care about polls, and that's why I don't care yesterday. It doesn't matter anymore.
No.
It doesn't. Like you don't have to. If you want to yell on the internet for 5 hours in John's dimensions, I guess more power to you. But like you just don't have to. That's the best part. Have an opinion, but don't worry about a poll.
You know what poll doesn't matter?
What's that?
The NFL AP poll.
Exactly. Don't get mad about power rankings. Who cares? Because you can just watch the games.
We're going to preview some of the games in week 6. There's some intriguing matchups.
There are some very intriguing matchups.
And Kent's Movie Club is coming up 28 days later.
Speaking of John yelling, are you going to
No, I'm probably going to sleep.
Crap, this was my pick.
I'm going to sleep like I did through this movie. All of that to come from Omaha-Roncalli. So, say we got the fried cheese. We still have some onion strings left. We've got the jalapeno balls. We have the deep fried mushrooms.
Now, I'm not a mushroom guy, so I'm going to stay away from that.
Neither am I, but I got to try it with a dipping sauce.
More power to anybody who wants them.
Oh, here at Omaha-Roncalli, home of the best concession stand food in the world.
I just got word, by the way, no Mike Schaefer. What? Yeah.
Now why?
Happer turns us down, and Schaefer turns us down.
Why?
He has things to do.
What is he getting?
Go to the grocery store.
Does he
have food here?
Does he need to chase the echoes out of his house?
He probably does. He needs to get some of the egg cartons for his walls.
Yeah.
It's so echoey at his home.
Well, I guess that's more for us.
More for us. That's true.
Here at 1620 The Zone, our Omaha-Roncalli remote on 1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Back in a moment. Back here at Omaha-RONCALLI, John and Josh with Nick and Stibbs.
Oh my gosh. Look at that man.
And executive producer of the CWS, Chris Prudon, and his friends. His only two friends.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's why Connor's not here. He found out dogs were here.
Yep.
That would be so like Connor.
Yep, indeed it would.
NFL Week 6.
Already off to a great start. People are saying they are loving the season to this point, John. I'm not as miserable as I was last season, even though the Cowboys still suck. But I'm having a good old time.
The Cowboys suck, but suck might be good enough to win the NFC least.
They score so many points now.
Well,
where do we start?
Let's start. I want to start with Seattle and Jacksonville. This is an interesting game because Jacksonville, no one talks about Jacksonville as another one of the one-loss teams.
They do not.
Of being a favorite. Jacksonville has two of the most impressive wins this year. They went to Frisco and beat the 49ers
only loss
with Brock Purdy.
Yep.
Then in consecutive weeks, they beat Kansas City in come from behind fashion.
Yeah.
So why are they only a 1.5 favorite over the Seattle Seahawks?
I mean, look, it's always some of the point spread stuff is going to be trying to get action on either side, right? And I think people still view Jacksonville as, but are we sure that Trevor Lawrence is really good? And are we sure Liam Cohen, like that guy said Duval weird one time. Like
he did.
Also, let's be honest, like I don't think people watch a whole lot of Jacksonville, like Sunday or Monday night.
Well, they saw a lot of them on Monday.
They did. Monday night was one of the first times that they really had a chance to see him. It's interesting, too, man, because Travis Hunter, they trade up, they pick him, and I think we all were like, he is going to be a superstar from the jump, at least on one side of the ball, right? And he hasn't been, but he had a season high in offensive snaps on Monday night. He posted a career high, it's 4 or 5 games in, career high in receiving yards for the second straight game. And so it does seem like he is getting more integrated into the offense and the defense, which we certainly like to see. And Jacksonville they're running the ball very, very well. That said, they're going up against a really good run defense in Seattle. And so, this is a spot, man, given who they just beat, as you mentioned. Like this, we see young teams or teams that maybe surprise us in a big matchup. Like, this is where you really say, all right, are you for real or not? Because Seattle's a good team, and they're coming off of a really tough loss in a super exciting game last week versus Tampa Bay. But if Jacksonville wins this, given how the division is, still obviously have the Colts there, it's either going to be that one of those two teams, right, that wins the AFC South. This is a fascinating one for both sides, really.
And you've got a great Seattle passing attack.
Yes.
With Sam Darnold, Jackson Smith, and Jigba's off to a great start. 534 receiving yards, second most in the league, going up against a Jaguar pads coverage that has the best grade, according to Pro Football Focus, and third in EPA per pass allowed. So it's kind of strength on strength.
Interesting.
In this game. But
could
it's
be maybe lower scoring than given that the defenses might be the strengths of this matchup.
By the way, Jags are 3-0 against the spread at home this year.
Interesting.
And they're favored by 1.5.
And this is a nooner, right? Isn't it?
Yes.
And it's a cross-country flight. And I know we've been talking about a lot lately in the Big Ten. This has been going on in the NFL for years, where the cross-country flight, playing it at 1 o'clock Eastern or noon Central, it is very difficult for the West Coast teams. Let's see if it proves true on Sunday.
Normally we wouldn't mention anything about Nick's team, but it's the Chargers going to Miami.
I have nothing written down for that game.
Well, don't worry. I'll carry you here because the Chargers have lost 2 straight. They're a 4.5-point favorite. And since week 3, the Dolphins, not the worst in the NFL. They're 14th.
Congratulations.
They're 14th. They're above average in EPA per play. And Tua has a 90.5 overall grade on PFF since week 3. So the Dolphins actually not playing too bad. The Chargers are banged up.
They are super, super injured.
This could be a spot where if Nerd Boy wants to save his bacon,
pull up your jeans, everybody.
Pull up your pants. Pull up your little capri pants and look like a dork. But honestly, this could be an upset spot here.
Look, if the Chargers lose here, I don't think it's Tebow time. I just think it's Broncos time. It might be time to start believing in the Broncos.
Some of us already have.
Some of you already have. I like the Chargers. Part of it is I just don't think they're this bad. I am Harbaugh. And where has that gotten me? I'm often right.
Yeah.
They won the
I don't
Natty.
know.
Remember Michigan winning the Natty? The Chargers made the playoffs last year. Remember that when they made the playoffs
Yeah.
last year? So I'll go with the Chargers here.
The floor is yours. What do you want to say about your game?
Let's go. Oh, my game?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. What do I want to say about it? Well, I mean, I'm worried just because
Terrible defense versus
yes,
the Panthers.
Honestly, I mean, that's what it is. Like, there is no margin for error right now with this team. And as excited as I am about the offense, all it takes is a couple drives to go like they did in the Chicago game, and then you lose. Like, I think they'll win. I think they should win. Here's the thing, man. Given what happened last night, you win this game, and I think it's time to start talking about, can you win the NFC East? Like, the division is bad this year. We're going to see we're going to see what happens with the Commanders on Monday night versus the Bears in a really intriguing matchup, by the way. So like, get this win going. Look, I saw a story in The Athletic this morning about like under the radar Clayton Adams, and I was like, he ain't under the radar for listeners of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 6020 The Zone. I never shut up about that.
You can't shut up about him.
They had 4 offensive linemen down last week, and they still ran the ball right down the Jets' throat. Meanwhile,
my God, the Jets.
The Eagles had 10 of 11 of their guys last night. Everyone's like, oh, but they're so banged up. Give me a freaking break. That's coaching right there from the Dallas Cowboys. They got 2 of the starters coming back, hopefully, in this game. Let's see what's going on in terms of some of the skill players. I'm nervous, John. I'm very nervous. That said, I mean, Bryce Young is just, somebody described him as like, he just is always back there and he kind of drifts in like the worst way imaginable.
Yeah, he looks so uncomfortable back there.
Doesn't have a strong arm. Like normally, you want to roll out and you want to fire it off. Ted McMillan has had a really solid year. They're just not getting, he being young, is not getting the ball to his receivers enough, which is good for the Cowboys because their secondary's trash.
Yeah. I mean, Carolina won last week because they ran for almost 300 yards against Miami.
And that's the thing. It's going to be interesting to see. I keep saying interesting. I'm going to force myself to stop saying it. But, of course, they're playing Rico Dowdle, who had a nice year with Dallas last year, and they decided to move on from him. So I like Dallas in this one, but I'm nervous because they don't have a defense. And so it's going to be like that all year long.
2 4-1 teams in Tampa.
Yes.
Bucks and the Frisco Niners. Still
Go Niners.
No one likes the Niners.
They're feeding us, John. Go Niners.
The Niners still banged up. No practice this week from Brock Purdy, but it probably doesn't matter. I mean, they've got something now with the combination of Kyle Shanahan and Mac Jones. They've been able to figure it out. My question is, do the 49ers have enough defense to slow down the Bucs passing game? Emeka Egbuka is real.
He is so good.
He is real. He is the slam dunk so far, 5 games in, NFL. I'll say NFL, not NFC. NFL Offensive Rookie of the Year. He's awesome. He's been incredible. His PFF grade is way up. He's got 5 touchdowns already. He leads all receivers on passes of over 20 yards with 8 catches, 4 touchdowns. So, I mean, it's going to be a challenge. It's going to be a challenge for San Francisco. They had the thing that beat the Rams was that the Rams decided just to play the worst defense possible against San Francisco. But as we saw from the second quarter on, they couldn't stop the Rams offense. The Bucs offense is every bit as good right now with Baker Mayfield running controls.
Even with the injuries they have. How about this? Both of these teams are pretty much only playing in 1-score games. The 49ers are 4-1. Each of the games has been decided by 5 points or fewer. Meanwhile, the Bucs 4 victories by 3 points or fewer in the 5 games that they played this year. So like both of these teams, it is, who's going to blink because they keep playing in these really interesting games. Last year, the Bucs lost this one 23-20. So I'm guessing it's going to be another close football game. This is easily the game of the afternoon window. And
of course the evening window. The Chiefs trying to avoid 2-4, and we talked to Todd Furman yesterday about it. He's riding with the Chiefs. He's not surprised that the Chiefs are favored. He's going to ride with them, but I sense that a lot of that is
respect.
It's respect, and it's no way Kansas City will go 2-4. But have they been watching Detroit?
I know, and we know that Todd is, but I tend to lean Detroit's way. How about this stat that I saw on ESPN.com today? Including the playoffs, Jared Goff is the only quarterback who Mahomes has started against multiple times and has not beaten in his career.
That's true. They lost the shootout in the Coliseum, and they lost to them in Kansas City in the opener. Right?
Yeah, I mean, like, look, the Lions have looked like the best team since week 2. Week 2 onward, the Lions look like the best team, and it's going to be really, really difficult. That said, Chiefs offense is starting to find its way.
It is.
Had the stat with Mitch Holtis in terms of success rate. That was the best game that the Chiefs have had in multiple seasons. I think last week was the best success rate any team has had in the NFL this season. So, like, that is maybe starting to work in their favor, but can they slow down the Lions offense?
Should be a lot of fun tomorrow or Sunday, I should say, in the National Football League. Coming up next, Kent is in the green room, and we will review 28 days later as Spooky Month begins.
Oh.
We're live at OMAHA-RONCALLI, home of the best concession stand in the state. We've had our appetizers. Still have some appetizers still sitting here.
Uh-huh.
We've kind of slowed down here a little bit, but that's good because we still have 2 hours and change left of the Grum.
Many more meals to eat, John.
Many much more to go here at OMAHA-RONCALLI and the great concession stand, Kent's Movie Club, next on Unsportsmanlike Conduct in 1620 The Zone.
The final day of the week. These are the voyages of the program Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Its ongoing mission to explore strange new movies, to seek out new bits and new applications, to boldly go where no radio program has gone before.
Well, Kent's Movie Club.
It's Hellcat's Movie Club. Hellcat's Movie Club. It's Hellcat's Movie Club.
With the namesake of said movie club, the legend, the GOAT, the newly retired Kent Wolgamott. Kent, how was week 2 of your life's vacation?
That would be about how I would describe it.
Pretty
much like being on vacation. Let's see. Did I do anything worth reporting? Probably not.
Yes.
Good.
That's great news, Kent.
Well, we have reached spooky month.
Yes,
we have.
Which John is very excited about, Kent.
Yeah.
John loves spooky season.
I'm thrilled. I'm just absolutely thrilled. And Josh picked a, well, I don't know if you'd call this a spooky movie.
It's what is this referred to as on Wikipedia?
I mean, it's a
apocalyptic horror film.
Yeah.
But it's not traditional. Now, when I think spooky, John, I don't mean like it doesn't always have to be jump scares. It
could be psychological, John.
Psychological
it could
horror.
be a mirror into the human psyche,
which is what this movie is. So Ken, all I knew about it was that there's an outbreak, and I assume it's 28 days later, right? Like I had nothing to know about it. It stars Cillian Murphy, among others, who wakes up in a hospital. Get this, 28 days after an outbreak.
Oh, crazy!
That we actually see at the very beginning of the movie because these chimps have been
infected,
pumped full of a bunch of stuff. They bite people, and off to the races we go. And so for the first however many minutes, he's kind of wandering, trying to figure out what's going on. He gets in with a group of people. They stumble upon a dad and a daughter. Then they're forming the relationship. They end up running in over the course of this movie to an army because there was this they heard it on like a radio of some sort. So they joined them, and it's not at all what they're expecting. And really, Kent, what you learn is that the monsters actually aren't the zombies. The monsters are us, the people, all along, as they're trying to do some basically they're trying to repopulate the earth with a young girl and an adult woman. And like that's going to be their game plan. And so they're trying to get away from them while also still dealing with the zombies, which we don't really see a whole lot of zombies in this movie.
Which is an insane game plan to have only a month after the outbreak happens.
What, to repopulate the earth? Yeah, these guys just wanted to,
Yeah, I think they were just looking for an excuse.
They definitely, we need children. So that is 28 days later. Now, Kent, I said this to John. I don't remember if it was on or off the air the other day. Since I knew nothing about it, I didn't know how it was shot, and so I start the movie on Netflix. And I'm like,
digital?
Did something happen to my Netflix account? Like, did we downgrade from high definition to the least possible
crap definition?
And so then I paused it and I went to Wikipedia and I just scrolled to the filming component real quick. And sure enough, it was filmed on camcorders of the era. This movie came out in 2002. So in a way, Kent, it's like. It's supposed to be immersive, I would imagine, but it's also not a documentary style. Like, we're not talking about the Blair Witch, which had that look to it, but you knew why. It's an interesting choice. Like, all these years later, it took me a little bit, I'll be honest, to get into it. Now, part of that might be because my TV is so good that it looks worse
brag
now.
much?
Oh, my name's Josh. I have a great TV.
It looks way worse now than it would have looked even watching it in 2002.
It's John's equivalent of the grill deck. Oh, I have a good TV.
Yeah, so I don't know. I found that pretty interesting about this movie.
And the choice was not probably artistic, right? The choice was probably almost certainly based on the fact that this was an ultra low budget movie. I mean, ultra low budget for this kind of a movie. I think its budget was like less than $5 million. I mean, it was, and it made for that size of movie, it made a ton of money. And, the way you can tell that it was an indie movie to start with was when the credits come up. Did you see it went Sony, then it went Fox Searchlight? Well, Fox Searchlight was the independent arm of Fox. Right?
Okay.
Fox Searchlight didn't put out the big movies. They put out the indie movies. And then it got ownership nonsense tied it up, who owned the film, and it was finally got to Sony last year, and that's why it is just now on streaming.
Oh, interesting.
But it was ultra cheap, so you use digital photography at the time, and that was what you got, was the state of the art at the time. Right?
Yeah, because I know that the new one, I haven't seen it yet, Ken, but I know the new one was shot on an iPhone or on iPhones, and so just hearing about that movie, I figured, oh, that was, they were just trying to do something, and then I watched this one, and I'm like, oh, it's probably in response to how they shot the first one.
And I'm sure, I think absolutely it is now. And then
the second one too was something like that too, right?
Yep. Yeah, they all, yes. And if you look at who they cast, these were not name actors when it, this was like Murphy's first lead, and his second or third feature was Naomi Harris's, I think, first feature. And she went on, of course, she's Oscar nominated for Moonlight, and she played a Moneypenny in a bunch of the Bond movies. And then Brendan Gleeson was just, look at him there and look at him now, 30 years ago. He was, a known character actor, but not the name that he is now. And those were, those are three of your four main characters were newcomers or relatively unknown. So this came from Danny Boyle, who had directed Train Spotting and a couple others, but he wasn't a big, huge hit movie director. I mean, after this, he had Slumdog Millionaire that became huge and won the Oscar and all of that. But this was a low budget kind of movie almost in the history of zombie movies, which the others have always been really low budget movies, the good ones too.
Now, Ken, would you consider this a zombie movie? Because I know it has a lot of elements of the zombie stuff, but it's a form of rabies, isn't it? And then, now I know I'm comparing it to other movies later in the series, but it kind of goes away from the zombie thing and more of almost an evolution type of thing because of this type of virus that it's infecting people with.
Danny Boyle says it's not a zombie movie. I say it is, in the sense that they admit to flat stealing from Night of the Living Dead for parts of it, right? I mean, the screenwriter has said, I swiped this from there, no questions about it. And it is the zombie-like setup, right? And you're right on the second and third one. And isn't the fourth one going to be? This will be a fourth one that's coming out.
I'm excited for the fourth one. I think that's next year, because I think they filmed them side by side, the third one and the fourth one.
Fourth one, yeah. So, how do I want to put this? I see it as a zombie movie, and when I did a ranking of zombie movies, I can tell you, I just looked it up. I didn't remember when it was. This would be 10 years ago. I did the best zombie movies, and I had Night of the Living Dead, which is the original first one, George Romero, 1968, and then Dawn of the Dead, which is Romero's second one, and then I had this one number 3. And I had it number 3 in part because it revitalized the genre, and it made some important real changes that have made the genre go better, including the fact that before this, the zombies all moved like this. And these zombies are fast, and you can kill them, right?
Really pissed off.
And they're really pissed off. And so it added that element to the zombie and the way it was filmed. So I have it at number 3. I had it then, and I can't think of another zombie movie in the last 10 years that would go above it to me.
John, you've always said that you do not like zombie movies or shows. What is it about the genre that you find off-putting?
I don't know. I don't know. I never have. I just, for whatever reason. And Night of the Living Dead, what year was that, Kent? Do you remember?
First one, 1968.
Oh, okay. So that's before I was born. I mean, it's one of those. I've always.
Now, it was remade. It's been remade a couple times. You probably saw a remake.
Yeah, yeah. It's just never appealed to me. usually a lot of dystopian films don't,
Interesting.
for whatever reason. I suppose the only dystopian film, if you want to call it that, would be like the Planet of the Apes.
That you liked.
That I like.
So when you say dystopian, are you lumping like post-apocalyptic type of movies?
Yeah, I mean,
so like
yeah.
even like your Mad Maxes, you didn't. Really
No,
like
no,
that
Mad
much?
Max was okay. Mad Max, I like Mad Max.
Okay.
The Mel Gibson and the one
Fury
we reviewed,
Road.
Fury Road, which was good. I liked those because there were elements of reality in it, right? With this, it's to me anyway, it doesn't feel that way. So it just something like this wasn't going to work for me. The question I wanted to ask for you, Kent, was obviously they shot the movie the way they did because of the budget, but as someone who saw it in the theater, was it harder to watch just because it's on a bigger screen and the quality is what it was?
You're probably asking the wrong person that question.
Okay.
Because in our screening room back then, the screen was probably half size of the regular screen. It was like a 25-seat screening room. It wasn't.
I see. Yeah.
Wasn't
it wasn't the full experience.
I never saw it on the big screen that I remember, but I do remember really liking it when we saw it, and the everybody else in there not liking it, and so there you go.
What was the reason that others didn't like it? I'm curious because when you look at the Rotten Tomatoes, when you look at some of the other rankings, it rates very well.
Oh, some don't like those kind of movies, and some too violent or too this or it's a violent movie without any question about that.
Which horror movies were out at that time that people would have kind of glommed onto a bit more in the early 2000s? I don't remember.
Well, that was. I mean, we can't like right after that. Like The Ring is going to come out. Like horror was about to move into
the Grudge is about to come
yeah,
out,
we
right?
were transitioning out of the 80s and 90s
like
stuff.
Right before that, the slasher movies had kind of sort of died off a little at that time, or at least become so repetitive they weren't very interesting. And this came along, and then I think you really have the real move to those Korean
Paranormal Activity,
like the scary, more
found
demon
footage,
type of stuff.
Yeah, I can't put my finger on it. I thought it was fine. I think I liked the second half of the movie. I thought once they went to the whatever castle or big house
military thing,
yeah, I thought that it went up a level there. Now, part of it too was whoever their leader. He was on a show that I loved called The Leftovers. And so that actor, I see him and I'm like, oh, I recognize that guy. And he is a really good actor. And I figured, okay, there's going to be something wrong with this dude because that it's not just going to be hunky-dory. It's not just going to be a good time. Something is going to unfold. What is going to happen bad? And so I do find that is an interesting choice where I did go in thinking this was going to be a more zombie movie, and I expect zombie movies to still have the interpersonal, confrontations, if you will. I didn't think that. I mean, in reality, the whole back half of the movie is peeking at what's going to happen with the regular humans versus anything that's going on outside of their doors. And so I kind of did end up liking that more than I liked the first half for whatever reason.
And that part was almost political allegory to the time of England at that time. Part of that was political allegory in there. How do I want to put this? I remember from 25 years ago, Roger Ebert's criticism of this movie, which I found really interesting, that the logic of it would be that everybody would end up dead, right? No matter what, you're going to be dead, right? That's the logic of it. But you can't end a movie like that, right? Somebody's got to live. And so
also can't be a sequel.
So he said, I wish they'd have left it ambiguous that they might die or might not, rather than
it's like a legitimately kind of happy, uplifting ending.
Correct, though.
Yeah.
See, and I I kind of liked the way they ended it because you get the final shot of Cillian or Killigan. I never know how to pronounce it. Cillian Murphy looking up and he sees that airplane.
Killian.
And it kind of builds on that first part where they're like, oh, is this the whole world or is it just the UK? Is it just England in this confined quarantine area? And I like that kind of world building where the other movies do a really good job of building up to that. I don't mind that they left it so open-ended because I think the other movies do a very good job of kind of continuing building the world that this is while also forwarding the overall story.
You know, talking about the logic of it all, and obviously this was done 25 years ago, knowing how we know diseases travel from 5 years ago, I mean, Roger Ebert's criticism is right. Everyone would have gotten it within, you know, a couple of months and the whole planet would have been infected because of, you know, seriously. Now, obviously these folks don't have the ability to look ahead, but what was interesting, Kent, was this was shot around the time of 9/11. And I'm curious if a movie like this, how different it might have been if it would have been shot all pre or all post 9/11, because it kind of happened right during the whole episode.
Now, there were a bunch of contagion type movies that came out in this general era, right? And there was another zombie type movie that came out, big budget. World War Z had a zombie element to it that came out.
I hate
right
that movie for a lot of reasons.
This one, what's that?
I hate that movie for a lot of reasons.
That movie sucks. Okay.
Yeah, it's nothing like the book. They could have done it so much better than they did. But anyway,
Book guy, Stibbs.
The World War Z book is really cool, and they would have made it an amazing HBO miniseries or something. But they did this Brad Pitt thing instead, and it pisses me off so much.
I've never read or seen the movie, so I have no takes on it.
I can't opine about it either.
Neither Nick or I want to watch World War Z ever again.
It's bad.
We're good.
I met somebody once who said they loved that movie, and they were a bad person. So
Nick ended the immediately with that person.
Red flag.
So yeah, it was fine.
I
wanted more from it, honestly.
I adore this movie. I love this movie a lot. I saw it for the first time probably exactly a year ago. My fiance showed it to me, so that's part
You're
of it.
Engaged?
I am engaged. I have a fiance.
Huh.
But I like the music of this movie a lot. I think it's very good. I like the immersiveness of the way they shot it, and I think they did a very good job. I see this movie as a good foundation for the overall world that they've created. And each movie, I know I'm talking about the second and third.
Yeah, you keep talking about the second and the third movies.
But I think that they build upon each other in such a very cool and unique way that you don't see in a lot of horror movies or series like this. I think they does a very good job of one asks the question, the other kind of answers it, but asks another question. Then they just kind of keep building those bricks and layers on top of each other. And they get really goofy, which I'm glad that they're not afraid again to get goofy with it, especially in the new movie. There's some goofy things that happen that will carry over to the next one. I really like this movie a lot. And I know you mentioned the thing about, everybody would be dead, or the review that Robert Egert had. But the second movie also kind of does a very good job, since we lived through the pandemic. I think the second movie does a good job of kind of predicting how people act in that situation too. And again, I know the second movie isn't this movie, but it kind of goes on to the first movie asks the question, and then the second movie answers it in a way that makes sense. And at the end of the day, I like that this movie is more about how humans react in this situation while this stuff is happening in the background, and less about the actual thing that's happening.
Well, that is 28 days later. Go ahead, Kent.
Oh, well, he just mentioned the music. Danny Boyle's movies are known for great soundtracks. He did Train Spotting. He did that Yesterday movie about the Beatles, or, you wake up and the Beatles songs and nobody else knows them.
Right.
And
yeah.
He did the miniseries for, I believe it was Hulu, I'm guessing. I might not be. One of those, I think it was Hulu, on the Sex Pistols, called Pistol. And he's done lots of music-related stuff. So his movies always have great soundtracks.
That's probably part of the reason I like it too. I'm a sucker for a good soundtrack.
You are music pilled.
I like music. I am of music.
You
people
are of
forget.
music.
And you are of picking next week.
I am, and next week is a film that I haven't seen yet. That it's an A24 film. I love A20. I've been on a good run of A24 picks lately, but we're gonna watch Hereditary, which I somehow haven't seen yet, and I really want to because I think it's incredible.
Now, Kent, this is actually a spooky movie, so this will actually fit the motif of spooky month.
Yes, it will.
I've heard incredible. I told a friend of mine who's really into movies that I'd never seen this movie, but I've seen a bunch of other A24 films. And he's like, how have you not seen this? This is usually people's introduction to A24 style films. Like, I just missed it.
I saw this one in the theaters, Ken. I'm excited to watch it again.
I saw this one at a screening and didn't know what it was about when I went in. So think about
I have
that.
no idea what to expect. I don't know anything about this
I don't
movie.
either. I have no preconceived notions of
I
what
know.
this is,
I'm not
other
going
than
to
it's
tell you,
allegedly
but
a
Josh
spooky
has seen
movie.
it, so he
What do you
knows
say,
what I
Ken?
mean. Walk into that movie like about
I'm
5
really
minutes
good
in,
at
you're like, what?
I'm really good at avoiding because I've always known I've wanted to watch this movie at some point. And if there's ever anything I know I want to play or consume, like video game or movie, I'm really good at avoiding anything from that movie. One last thing I wanted to talk about with 28 Days Later. Sorry, just to go back.
Is it going to be the sequel or the third movie again, though?
Nope, it'll be the first movie.
All right.
The first movie where he's in the hospital and he walks out. Shortly after I watched 28 Days Later is when Paige and I started our rewatch of The Walking Dead. And the first episode of The Walking Dead pretty much looks like a shot-for-shot recreation or homage to 28 Days Later. And I thought that was really cool that they used that as an influence for the beginning of The Walking Dead.
And that was the last good episode of The Walking Dead.
Oh, they had some bangers in there.
pilot.
Season it drags a bit during the Negan arc, but the Negan arc is pretty solid overall.
By the
It
way,
is
Ken,
strong.
Nick just watched Midsommar for the first time,
I
too.
did.
So this
I
will be his
love
second
it.
Ari Aster movie.
I love Midsommar.
Yeah, well, good. That's good. At least he
I
kind
can't wait to
of
see
knows.
what John thinks. This movie is
John,
wild.
you're going to have a good time with this movie.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's going to come during a really, really, really busy week too.
Oh, good.
So, all right. Well, that'll be next week. Kent, I don't know if you noticed in the background, but that is the artist formerly known as Stibbs.
Oh,
He's
I
got
saw
yeah, there he is. He's got his Mariners jersey on. Do you have a Mariners Tigers prediction tonight?
Oh,
the answer to that question is no. But since since Mr. Stibbs is there, we'll say Mariners 4-1.
All right, there you go.
Congrats.
Mariners 4-1.
Woo! Yeah, what about Evil Ken? Does Evil Ken have a prediction for the Mariners?
I don't think he does. I don't.
52-38?
I don't. Think
Wow, that'd be
probably
incredible.
Nebraska.
Congrats.
That'll
Stibbs.
be a 12-hour game.
Are there any Nebraska players on the M's?
It will never end.
No. All right, Kent, what is your pick for Nebraska, Maryland tomorrow, 2:30? And it sounds like the rain is going to hold off at least for the game.
Is that right? Okay, I didn't know.
Yeah, the rain chances have gone down.
Yeah, my brother lives in Winchester, Virginia, which is about 30 miles maybe from College Park, maybe 40. And he was saying it was supposed to rain all day tomorrow. So that's changed.
Interesting. Yeah, last thing we saw was about 25% chance during the game.
Okay. Well, I'm still I was going to go 31-21 Nebraska no matter what. So
31-21 Nebraska. Let's wake up Evil Kent. Evil Kent, what do you
52-38 or something like that? Probably Nebraska.
All right. The defenses are bad.
The defenses are bad and the over definitely hits.
Oh, yeah.
Probably in the first half.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this is Evil Kent's favorite month too.
I will
Go
have
ahead.
you know I had an 11-point Nebraska win last week.
I had a 10-point
did.
Nebraska win,
He
Kent.
did.
I was so upset that they didn't just kick the extra point at the end of the game. Those absolute jerks.
I only had a 3-point win, right?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, you were wrong.
Well, we can't all be right, right?
Indeed.
Can't win them all.
All right. Well, Kent, enjoy what promises to be, I'm sure, an intensely busy weekend.
Yeah, it's going to be intensely busy. I'll probably watch some football on Saturday, and then I'll probably watch some football on Sunday. And that'll
And
probably
the NBA is starting soon.
Yes, it is. And yes, we've been having some discussions about that. Like, do you need to buy the
season package?
So whether that happens or not, I don't know yet.
Well, you're on a retiree's budget now, so just keep that in mind.
That's right.
Well, Kent, have a great weekend, and we'll catch up with you next week.
Sounds great.
Bye, Kent.
There he
Bye,
is, Kent Wolgamont of Kent's Movie Club. Hereditary.
Hereditary next week.
Hereditary.
It's getting a little breezy now.
Yeah, it's like the game last week.
It still feels amazing. I mean, really.
Yeah, it's awesome.
It's going to be a perfect night for football.
Friday night's a great night for football.
Friday night is a great night for football. And speaking of football, we have a lot of good college games that we need to get to coming up before we get to the happy hour and our keys to the game, our betting trends, predictions. And don't forget, starting at 5:35, the Super Friends Roundtable. Jack Mitchell will join us live from KLIN, our special simulcast. And so a lot to come. Plus, we're still here at Omaha-Roncalli.
We are indeed. By the way, Hereditary is available on HBO Max.
Yeah.
I realized we did not say
that would
HBO
help.
Max.
Yeah. It's available on HBO Max.
My bad. Sorry.
That would help to know. Excellent.
Yeah.
All right. We will be back and have more of Unsportsmanlike Conduct live from the best concession stand in the world, Omaha-Roncalli Catholic High School, as we continue with more of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
But first, hey everyone, Josh Peterson here for KRT Athletic Muscle Cream. Visit the website krtrelief.com. Maybe you are going through some sort of an injury, or maybe just want to be a bit proactive because you've had injury concerns over the years, maybe some cramp strains. KRT Athletic Muscle Cream can help you out. Visit the website krtrelief.com because their athletic cream is going to help prepare your body before a workout. You can also use it to recover faster. Applying KRT post-workout not only soothes those tired muscles, but it's also going to accelerate the natural healing process. And as I mentioned, you can also use it before, as it's going to prime those muscles by increasing blood flow and oxygen delivery, allowing for a more effective warm-up. Great deals going on right now, including free shipping on orders over $15, as well as 10% off of your order. Take advantage of them today by visiting the website. It's krtrelief.com. That is krtrelief.com.
Oh, we ain't eating no fruit salad here today.
No.
We've had the wings.
Yeah.
We've had the appetizer round with the jalapeno balls and the fried mushrooms and the fried cheese. We had the Uncrustables. We started with the corn fritters, which are always my favorite.
Yep. We do kick off every year with those, don't we?
Yes, we
always
do.
Start with the corn fritters,
It's
and off
tradition.
to the races we go.
And you too, if you're coming out to the Roncalli game tonight, you can enjoy. I mean, again, think of it like going to a sports bar, but it's cheaper.
Yeah.
And it's better.
Way better. And way cheaper, honestly, too.
Yeah. And the people are cooler.
Yeah.
And you have live football in front of you.
Yeah.
I dare you to go to Buffalo Wild Wings and say, yeah, could I get a live football game in front of me? You'll have a live actual football game, not on a television, but a live football game in front of you with the sun setting in the background behind the trees.
Incredible.
It'll be beautiful.
Doesn't get any better than that, John. Two things real quick.
Yep.
So first of all, we asked Kent for his score on the Tigers-Mariners game. Jed says that we should get the Michigan State guy from last week on to preview the Tigers-Mariners game. Remember that guy? Hey, he got a pick, and he was like, I hate baseball more than I have ever hated anything in my entire life.
Yeah.
I love that man.
That's a bad person.
I love that man.
And that's a bad person, and that's why Michigan State lost last week.
That's true. Also, we were talking a little bit about the 49ers-Bucks game earlier. The 49ers have ruled Brock Purdy and Ricky Pearsall out for Sunday's game, rather, so it will again be the Mac Jones experience for San Fran.
As we sadly found out a week ago yesterday, it doesn't matter. Speaking of football, tonight, opposite the Mariners and Tigers, pretty important game in the AAC.
Huge game.
Because the
Playoff
winner
race.
of this will be in the driver's seat to get to the AAC championship game. And it's very likely that the winner of that championship game could be the group of 5 representative in the college football playoff. It's the Mean Green of North Texas hosting the USF Bulls. Interesting matchup here in that USF is 45th in PFF rushing grade, but they're really good at breaking tackles. They're 9th in the FBS in yards after contact, and the Mean Green defense, they have the best tackling grade in the country. So that could be a deciding factor tonight. Also, here's a couple of names to listen for.
Okay.
Not necessarily for tonight. Obviously, they'll play tonight. But Drew Mestemaker is their redshirt freshman first-year starting quarterback. He's got the 5th best passing grade in the FBS. Their starting running back is a true freshman, Caleb Hawkins, who has the best running back grade this year, and he forces tackles on 52% of his carries. I say that because these might be guys who could be in the portal next year and could end up at bigger schools. Drew Mestemaker, the North Texas quarterback, and Caleb Hawkins, their running back.
Yeah, and we have talked, oddly, a lot about USF so far this year because they get off to the nice start against Boise on the opening Thursday of the season. Then they pull off the upset over Florida, and then we talked about them ahead of the Miami game, and look, Miami might be the national champion this year, so you don't really expect them to win that game. They have destroyed the last 2 teams that they have played 117-40 combined, so they got off the map for that one. As Bill Connolly wrote, they have the resume mid-majors dream of. Like they do. So now it's just about taking care of business because I have to imagine it's going to be really difficult for any other school to put together what they have been able to so far. And look, man, what if Florida pulled off a couple of more wins? They have the one now in their back pocket against Texas. Like that win is just going to age better for them the longer they go, if they win.
Big noon kickoff is at Illinois again. The Illini are still rated, but this time it ain't Indiana. It's Ohio State.
Ohio State, I mean, they're the best team in the country. They're the number 1 team in the country. I think what impresses me the most about the Buckeyes is how kind of easy they're making everything look. Like, it's funny. Speaking of games aging well, like I don't think the win over Texas over the course of the season is.
It's not aging well.
It's really not. That said,
but they're looking good.
They're looking really good. What the game? I watched a lot of the game against Washington a couple of weeks ago. They just squeezed the life out of them. They had a couple of calls go their way late in the first half, and that allowed them to get on a run. But look, man, I'm not a Patricia guy. I make fun of Matt Patricia every opportunity I can. cards on the table. He's done a great job as their defensive coordinator so far this year. And the thing about them that is what you really want to see if you're a Buckeye fan is they just haven't even had to get in situations where Julian Sayin is like put in an awkward spot. That won't happen the whole year. Like eventually they're going to play in a close game, I would think. Probably the playoff, probably against Michigan, but maybe before that. But it's going to be difficult for me to imagine that. And so I view this game. Altmaier has had a really nice season so far, but that Indiana one is going to be sticking with me whenever I see them play a good team. I know that was on the road, but Ohio State's the best team in the country. I think this could be tough.
What's really impressive about Julian Sayin is he is the best quarterback in the country when blitzed.
Yeah, that's not what
for a
happens.
first-year starter, you don't get that. He's got a 92.2 PFF grade when blitzed. And
got the two great receivers, right? And Carnell Tate and, of course, Jeremiah.
And that already bodes well, not well for Illinois because their coverage unit is 124th in the country.
Not great.
So it could be a big number tomorrow. Luke Altmaier's got to have a big game, and he's got to get the ball out quickly if Illinois is going to have any chance of making this interesting. Now, last week we thought Big Noon was going to be a boring game, and it ended up being a bad game. But Wisconsin was in it in the first half until Michigan pulled away.
Yeah.
Big Noon ABC is the game to watch.
Very interesting.
Number 14, Missouri hosting Alabama. The Crimson Tide are right back where they started from last week. They got off the schneid in terms of the letdown potential, beating a team that they're supposed to beat. They did all of those things. They checked all those boxes, but now they go on the road. Now, Missouri really hasn't been tested yet this year.
No, they have not.
Kansas is their best game so far.
Kansas is solid, yes.
And Kansas is solid, but it's not going to compare to what Alabama
seeing,
is.
they beat Georgia,
Right.
They beat Vandy, and they played Florida State. So, they have played three teams better than anyone Missouri's beat.
And you wonder why a guy like Williams Nwaneri ends up leaving Missouri and going to Nebraska. Well, part of the reason was Missouri's got a pair of really good rush ends. Damon Wilson, the second, and Zion Young, who are first and second in the Southeastern Conference in total pressures generated. So they were pretty deep at that spot to begin with. That's going to be their only hope, I think, against Ty Simpson. We talked about Ty Simpson last week in terms of when you get a clean pocket, he'll eat you alive. You got to pressure him. Wilson and Young have to get pressure on him if Missouri's going to pull off this upset. And, again, Missouri really hasn't been tested that much this year, but they do have a good running game.
Yeah, Ahmad Hardy has been awesome. How about this? Leads the country with 730 yards, but 460 of them have come after contact. That is crazy. He has more yards after contact than Emmett Johnson almost has total on the entire season. So he has done a really good job in terms of running the football. Another one for you. He's had more carries of 25-yard plus gains, 5, than he has carries of lost yardage, 4. Their backups are good too. I want to go back to the other side of the ball real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Missouri's defense, speaking of the run game, they're allowing opposing running backs to average just 1.3 yards per carry. But pass defense, leaky. 10 completions of at least 20-plus yards, and that's where Ty Simpson's in Alabama can really get things going. We saw it in the game last week, but we certainly saw it in the game against Georgia, hitting some of those deep balls. So that's nice that they can slow down the run, but can they slow down the pass? And we saw Alabama's run defense have a lot of issues in the opener against Florida State. So, what could Ahmad Hardy do against them?
Alabama, by the way, has allowed 5.3 yards per attempt. And of that, half of it, 2.5 yards, come before contact. This is not a classic Alabama front in terms of their run defense. So Missouri's got a shot here, especially with the run game. If Alabama can somehow stem that tide a little bit, it puts a lot more pressure on Pribula to make plays because it could end up being a shootout, especially if Missouri can't get pressure on Ty Simpson. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll look at the Red River shootout.
Nice.
Obviously, Oregon going to Indiana. Indiana going to Oregon and Michigan going to USC in a battle of who do you want to win least?
Yeah.
USC as a future Nebraska opponent or Michigan as a former Nebraska opponent?
Talk about a great under-the-radar blue blood matchup. And it is very much the undercard.
Oh, it's under
tomorrow.
the radar.
And yet I can't wait to watch it because I think the clash of styles and what they're going to be looking at doing, it's going to make for a fun one.
So we'll do that. Happy hour's coming up. We're live here at OMAHA-RONCALLI, best concession stand in the world, as we roll on this One Beer Friday presented by Cross Strain Brewing on 1620 The Zone.
Good luck to Stibbs.
He's heading out. He's going to go get himself lubricated, ready to go for Mariners, Tigers tonight. Thank you.
Yeah.
Refresh.
Mm-hmm. Good luck. Good luck to the Mariners.
Wow.
Good luck to everybody. And good luck to Husker fans tomorrow. Don't forget about Big Red Overreaction with you and Gary.
But I'm going to warn you right now, we probably won't be paying
right.
attention to you very much because we got more important things like the Cubs and the Brewers
No,
Game 5.
The words are the most important voice of all. Yours. It's not
Theirs.
the Cubs game.
No, it's theirs. The listeners.
Yeah.
They're the
But
most
they wanna have a
important voice of
conversation.
all.
I want people to call in tomorrow and be like, John, I got a couple of questions for you, but I need you to listen.
And I'm going to say
closely.
Michael Bush is a great leadoff hitter. What else do you want to know? But yes, Gary and I will have Big Red Overreaction tomorrow after Nebraska and Maryland. Be a lot to react to, certainly tomorrow on both 1620 The Zone and 1019 The Keg. Tomorrow, right. St. Man, I'm telling you, the 2:30 window is way too loaded.
It's so good.
Again, there's a chance I may be paying more attention to Texas and Oklahoma and Indiana and Oregon than the Nebraska game because those are such good games. But this is it for Texas. Any more losses,
they're done.
And they can kiss their playoff hopes goodbye. For Oklahoma,
they still have to play Georgia, by the way.
They do. For Oklahoma, of course, the big question is, will John Mateer play in this game? And they really, really need him. And here's why. Because Oklahoma struggles running the football. They're 91st in run blocking. They're 114th in yards per attempt, going up against a Texas defense that's one of the top run defenses in the entire country. So the idea of running the football is going to be excruciatingly difficult. And if you have to go with Hawkins instead of John Mateer, that's why Texas had been favored all this week. But I noticed today,
what's the line now?
The spread had flipped, and
It's
it was
on
Oklahoma -1. Now, that was this morning. Maybe it's changed again. But it sounds like Mateer is going to play. He's certainly been one of the most exciting players in all of football. And then, of course, on the other side, you have the ongoing saga of Arch Manning.
Yep.
And the other problem that Texas has had is his offensive line hasn't been very good.
No.
So this could be a classic Texas-Oklahoma early 2000s game.
I was thinking the same thing.
That ends
Roy
up
Williams
like
jumping over the pile.
That could end up 14-10.
Seriously,
or,
man.
10-7 or something like that.
A couple more stats along those lines. Points per drive for the offenses. Texas 63, Oklahoma 48. So middle of the pack. But their defenses, 5th for the Longhorns and 2nd for the Sooners. So that's points per drive. How about this? Last week, Texas, they saw Florida. They lost. Their pass rush ranked 75th in sack rate. You just mentioned how's the offensive line going to hold up. Oklahoma's ranks 1st in the country. So that should be a whole lot of terribleness for the Longhorns. And finally, Arch Manning, this is Bill Connolly, yet to play well against an SP Plus top 100 defense. Oklahoma's is number 2 in the country. I'm with you. Regardless of if Mateer plays or not, if he does, is he even going to be able to throw the football? Because, again, remember, it's his throwing hand that he had to have surgery on. I think this is going to be a low-scoring game. But watch. I mean, this rivalry of all of the rivalries, it really is a throughout the record book and kind of what you have expectation-wise going in. You're usually wrong. And it's like that's why there's a part of me that's like, is Texas really going to somehow get up off the mat in this game? Because I don't expect them to. And yet, Charlie Strong beat Oklahoma one time.
That's
and
right.
Lincoln Riley had some weird losses in this series. And, there were some of those Bob Stoops, Mac Brown matchups where it was like, yep, it's Texas, definitely Texas. And then Oklahoma would win. So this is really tough. I have not decided. We're going to pick it in a little bit. I still don't know where I'm going with this game, even though all of the data says, of course, take the Sooners. Why wouldn't you take the Sooners?
Normally we wouldn't look at this, but thanks to Florida upsetting Texas last week, Texas A&M, number 5 now, undefeated, hosting Florida tomorrow night, 6 o'clock on ESPN. And Florida may have unlocked something last week. Dallas Wilson, the true freshman, made his college debut last week. He missed the first 4 games of the season with a foot injury. 7 targets, 111 yards, 2 touchdowns, and gave his quarterback a perfect passer rating when targeted. And that's all that DJ Lagway needed. Lagway, who was such a great deep thrower last year, that has dropped off the table this year. But last week, it came back. And now, all of a sudden, Florida ain't going to go to the playoff. No. But now Florida at least has the look of being a spoiler,
Certainly.
which is the last thing the SEC needs because there's enough spoilers in that conference.
And it's honestly, it's the last thing that Texas A&M needs. Like, this is a team that has flown under the radar a little bit. You know, they had the nice win over Notre Dame, but otherwise, like, we're all looking at the top. We're looking at Georgia. We're looking at Bama. We're looking at the meltdown that's happening in Austin, Texas. We're not really looking at them. This is a spot traditionally where the Aggies have very much faltered. That said, like, their defense is really getting after it. We saw it a couple weeks ago. They played with their food in that game versus Auburn. They let them right back into it with some perplexing play calling late in the game. They get the pick six. Right? It was a pick six or it was a scoop and score. Either way, that game suddenly was close. They were able to hold on and get the dub. Like, that, the performance that they had against Notre Dame, I think is going to age like a fine wine over the course of this season. But, like, I am someone who is like, yeah, Texas A&M is going to falter. So if I believe that, this is a classic spot for them to falter. And remember, last year, we saw Napier and company pull off a string of wins when it didn't seem like they were going to. They gave him an extra year. Could they do that again now, where Florida fans have, like, decided, we don't want this guy
We don't want him anymore.
But what if they keep winning? You're going to be stuck with him, perhaps.
Going to be a great strength-on-strength battle. Texas A&M, last 2 weeks against Auburn, Mississippi State, have rushed for 536 yards, and most of that came between the tackles. Going up against a Florida front, 4th in the country in run defense grade, top 15 in yards per play, and in explosive runs allowed. So it's going to be hard sledding for the Aggies to run the ball, but if there's a team that can do it, especially between the tackles, it's been Texas A&M. So that should be a good one tomorrow night. Another good one tomorrow night that will feature another Texas team, the Red Raiders, going up against Kansas on Big Fox at 6:30. I'm really looking forward to this game because Kansas can stay in any game thanks to their offense. Defensively, not so much. But offensively, when Jalen Daniels, who is still one of the best passers in the country, his average depth of target is over 10 yards, top 15 with explosive passing rate. This is a big play offense against that great Texas Tech front, who also is pretty good on the back end as well. Best coverage grade and pretty good against the explosive pass. So if Texas Tech can mitigate some of that damage, I think the rest will take care of itself. It's been a really good football team this year. But if there's a team that can give them trouble, and I know this line is hovering around 2 touchdowns.
It's 14.5, right?
This is a spot here where maybe you back the underdog if you believe that Kansas can keep it close with their big play offense.
All right, so here's where this game is going to come down to if Kansas is going to make it interesting. It's the red zone, because right now Texas Tech, they're top 10 in offense and defensive success rate. They're top 15 on third down on both sides of the ball. They get a lot of big plays, but their red zone touchdown rate for the season is in the 100s now. They're ranked 103rd, and that is because they scored touchdowns on just 2 of 8 red zone trips against Houston. So if Kansas is going to make this interesting, yes, they got to score points, obviously, with Daniels leading the way. But they also need to keep the Red Raiders out of the end zone. The Cougars were able to do so, and they still got dominated. Like, that's how good this Texas Tech team is. But if they can slow them down just a little bit, that's where it would happen.
One more before we get to the biggest game of the weekend, and that's number 10, Georgia at Auburn. It's the South's oldest rivalry, 6:30 on ABC. And, you know, for Georgia, the margin of error is smaller now.
Yeah, for sure.
And it's Auburn, who's 3-2 right now. But as we saw against Texas A&M a couple weeks ago, can be pretty dangerous. Key to this one, I think, for Auburn is you got to get after Gunnar Stockton, because Stockton, his PFF grade is 82 when he's kept clean, 48 when he is under pressure, and Auburn's got one of the worst coverage rates in the country. So if they can't get after Gunnar Stockton and he has time to pick apart that Auburn secondary, it could be ball game
Auburn
over.
offense sucks, man. It's
but
wild.
And the Auburn offense is not good.
Yeah, it's like Hugh Freeze. He was known at Ole Miss for, well, paying players, first of all, texting people he shouldn't have been, but also offense is the other thing that he was known for at Ole Miss. And so, like, that's the part that kind of blows me away. That was the one operation that I figured would be good with Auburn, and it is not. Real quick, before we get to the big dog, are we going to talk about Michigan and
I forgot about that.
All right, cool. So Trojans offense, they are first nationally in points per drive and yards per play, but the defense, again, a Lincoln Riley defense, bad, 89th in rushing success rate allowed, and wouldn't you know who's coming into town now? The Michigan Wolverines, and we saw what that rushing offense was able to do in Lincoln with the 2 backs, with Bryce Underwood as well. This game last year, we talked about it a little bit with Todd Furman yesterday. I thought USC performed very admirably in one of those classic, well, can they play in a Big Ten style game? I thought they were going to win the game throughout much of it, but they were leaky again. They gave up some drives. They gave up some long runs. Now you welcome Michigan in, and we can just have the same conversation. They got to go cross country. They got to make the long flight. That said, I think that they are pretty battle-tested to this point in time. Michigan is. They played Oklahoma, who I think is one of the best teams, not named one of the top 3 in the country. We saw what they did coming into Lincoln. This is another one where I'm kind of on the fence until we're going to make the pick in a little bit. I think either side has a very good chance to win this football game.
I think if you're USC, you want to put the game in Bryce Underwood's hands.
Yep.
And if you're Michigan, you got to get after Jaden Maiava. But here's the problem. Jaden Maiava has a 12-yard per attempt average when blitzed. So, and he's been used to it.
Yep.
Illinois got after him. I mean, he's been pressured before, and he has come through with flying colors. So we saw what Michigan did, even sacking Dillon 7 times. He still threw for 300 yards and almost got Nebraska on the right side of the score. Maiava's been better this year, and he's going to be playing at home with all of the other things that you mentioned. I'm kind of leaning USC in this one, but I'll be curious to know who Nebraska fans are rooting for. Are you rooting for the team that's already beaten you, or are you rooting for the team you still have left on the schedule? Because if SC can win this game and win next week against Notre Dame, that game at the beginning of November is monumental for USC and Nebraska.
Yeah, and along those lines, the loser of this probably is going to be out of the playoff race, or at the very least, they're going to have zero margin for error.
Correct.
The winner's going to be feeling pretty good. And I'd say this, man, take a peek at the Michigan schedule. If they win this one, there's a very real chance that they enter the final Saturday of the regular season with Ohio State coming into the Big House as a one-loss team and very much in the playoff mix.
Now to the main event. You've got number 7 Indiana, number 3 Oregon. And here's an opportunity for Indiana to make a huge splash. They survived a game against the Iowa Hawkeye defense a couple of weeks ago. But for the longest time, Fernando Mendoza looked very, very human. Why? Because Iowa heated him up. When he's clean in the pocket, he's top 10 in the country. When he's not blitzed, he's top 10 in the country. But when he's pressured, those numbers drop into the 40s. And here's the problem. The Ducks' pass rush grade has not been great. They didn't really get after Drew Aller that much in the win over Penn State. So what they need to do is send a blitz. Now, they are pretty good in coverage, but will Dan Lanning allow his team or allow Fernando Mendoza to sit back there and have time even against his really good secondary? I think Oregon's going to have to dial up some pressures here because the blueprint was out there. Iowa put it out in perfect form. Get after Mendoza, and he looks like a much different quarterback. It was really a busted play that led to that touchdown that won the game.
Yeah, a couple things along those lines then. It's about staying ahead of the chains. Indiana first in success rate on offense, second in the country on defense. Meanwhile, the Ducks, they get 3 and outs at the 3rd best rate in the entire country. They have forced them on over 50% of their opponents' possessions this year, and they don't allow a whole lot of big plays. So can Mendoza and Surratt and all of those skill guys on that side of the ball, can they stay ahead of the chains? If not, it's going to be really difficult. Like, this is now, certainly they're going up in weight class. I'd say the same thing, though, for Oregon. Indiana is going to be the best team that they have seen so far this year, and Mendoza is certainly going to be the best quarterback that they have seen to this point in time. This game, like you said, it sucks that it's on at 2:30 because this is a game that I wish I could give my undivided attention to tomorrow afternoon.
Dante Moore going up against zone coverage this year, which is what Indiana does most, completes 80% of his passes against the zone. So Indiana's going to have to mix things up a little bit, and they certainly cannot let him stand back there. And it's been a great pass protection this year for Dante Moore. So that ought to be a really, really fascinating game. Another opportunity for Indiana to make the big splash. All right, so those are some of the other games going on in college football. Obviously, the big one for the folks around here is going to be in College Park, Maryland, Nebraska and the Terrapins. And when we come back, we will have our Cross-Strain One Beer Friday, which will feature the betting trends, the keys to the game. We'll have our predictions. And then it's the Super Friends Roundtable with Jack Mitchell, simulcast with KLIN in Lincoln, as we are live from Omaha-Roncalli in the greatest concession stand in the world. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
It'd be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice Through. It would be nice to have a blow through when you're gone.
I drank beer with my friends. Sometimes I had too many beers. I liked beer. I still like beer. Had beers, have some beers. One beer, drink beer, drinks beer, drank beer, and drinking beer.
Upstairs, downstairs, where was it? I don't know, but I had one beer.
Friday!
We probably have Beer Center each week. Ralph Club, biggest contributor.
Beer. I like beer. I don't know if you like Beer Center or not. What do you like to drink?
Next
I had one beer. Friday.
Hanging out and having some beers with friends, which I gladly do and which I fully embrace.
Well, you think it was? Nope, it was one beer. Friday.
Well, you know it's a happy hour because that sun is starting to peek down beneath the beneath our awning here at the world's most greatest concession stand, Omaha-RONCALLI. Thanks to all the Eddies for treating us once again this year. We've had all the fried foods and the world famous gyros. The reason that we got brought here in the first place will be coming up very, very soon, and they do their own tzatziki sauce, man.
I cannot wait, man. I cannot wait.
They are so good. Our buddy Austin Jacobson is here, our oftentimes fill-in and man from the Big Game Chain.
Mm-hmm.
The Big Game Chain is here tonight, right?
No,
He's
leaving.
Never
Sad.
mind. But he's going to be here for at least a little bit.
Nice.
But we welcome you in here on the Grum on this beautiful Friday, and we want to thank our good friends at Cross Strain Brewing.
Yeah.
Cross Strain sponsors of One Beer Friday. And Nick, I don't think you're supposed to wear that, are you?
Yeah, I think you just got fired, actually.
Yeah, you just got fired.
Maybe they'll hire you, though.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, they hired Shane, so
they
did. You got a shot.
Yeah, that's true.
But, yes, we are here for the best food around, and you can be, too, anytime you come here when the Crimson Pride, and only a couple of games left in the season. Crimson Pride are playing here at home.
Can you believe that?
I know. I mean, it's October the 10th, and we're almost done with the season.
No, this is what you've been rooting for.
I haven't been rooting for anything.
Cold and dark, and you want basketball to be back. You monster.
Well, basketball's back in 1 week.
I know Austin will be hosting Blue Jay Shoot-Around.
That's right. We do pregame for an exhibition.
Even for an exhibition. My first ever pregame show was with Josh Dotzler. We only had to do a half hour that day because the game was early enough. This one will be a little longer for Mr. Austin.
Yeah, it will. Well, let's get into the betting trends.
Let's do it.
For tomorrow's game in College Park, Maryland. I'll get you an updated forecast in a minute, but it sounds like the rain is not going to be as prevalent.
Good.
At least during the game, but we'll get an update here for you shortly. It is only the fourth meeting in this series. Nebraska leads 2-1, all the games, of course, in the Big Ten era. Nebraska, interestingly, in the three games, have held the Terps to 13 points or less. 27 points total. Nebraska's given up 27 points total in the three games in this series.
Wow, that's I never even thought about that.
28-7, 54-7, and then the 13-10 loss. Here's some other superlatives. Nebraska has gained 77 first downs to Maryland's 37 first downs.
Wow.
Maryland has committed 19 penalties for 197 yards, while Nebraska has only committed 4 penalties in 3 games for 45 yards since 2016. And Nebraska, what have they done really well this year? They've been good at not committing a lot of penalties.
They do not.
This is back in an era where Nebraska was penalty prone.
That's true.
But they've been good at penalty prevention against Maryland, and this season, that's been the ongoing theme.
They really should be 3-0 in this series. And, wow, I mean, look at the things that their defenses have been able to do. Not like they're playing a bunch of really good Maryland programs, but still, that's pretty incredible, given that we know what Nebraska football has been in the last decade.
Nebraska's 22nd in K-Ford, 72% chance of winning. Maryland, 53rd in K-Ford. This is the 4th easiest game remaining in the 7 left. In terms of win probability, only Northwestern and UCLA, each at 86%, and Minnesota next week at 74%, are theoretically easier
and than
this game.
That's why you got to take advantage of this schedule,
Yes,
man.
you
Like
do.
the fact that this is the 4th hardest game is nuts compared to what we have seen over the years.
It's Euro time.
Let's go.
Oh, those look
Let's
so
go.
good.
Thank you.
Yes, Euros,
Wow.
Euros for all my men. Well, while Nick digs in, we'll tell you about the point spread. Nebraska 6.5-point favorite, total of 47.5. The Huskers are 2-3 against the spread this season. The spread differential is 30.5, plus 30.5.
Okay.
Maryland 3-2 against the number, spread differential of plus 41. In the series, Nebraska is 2-1 against the number. Maryland, of course, that win was as a 2-point underdog. So Maryland, even though they were a 2-point road favorite, still covered by 1 point. This season, Nebraska road favorite for just the 6th time since 2021. In those games, they lost outright to Illinois and Minnesota in 2021 and Michigan State in 2023. The only win and cover as a road favorite was last year at Purdue. And remember, it took a while to get to that point. They were an 18-point winner as a 10-point favorite. As a 6-point or greater road favorite, Nebraska's 8-2 straight up in their last 10, 7-3 against the number. The under has hit 7 times. The losses were to Illinois in 21
opener
and Purdue in 2015.
That was a bad game. That was a Riker Fife game.
The Terrapins are just 2-8 straight up and 5-5 against the spread in their last 10 games as a home underdog. In the 5 games they did not cover, the average margin of defeat was 29 points versus an average spread of plus 9.3. So in other words, Maryland was beaten and did not cover by 3 touchdowns in those 5 games. Maryland also 2-8 straight up, 5-5 against the spread as a home dog of 6 or more points since 2019. But last year they did upset USC in this spot. They were 7-point dogs, won that game 29-28.
Yeah, and that was a game for me that really proved, okay, this whole cross-country stuff is legit. If USC is going on the road and losing to a bad Maryland team, this stuff is legit.
Time. Well, one more quick factoid, and that is since the start of the 2020 college football season, there's been 276 games where the closing line favored the away team by between 5.5 and 7.5 points. In those games, the team favored, like Nebraska, won 62% of the time. The team, like Maryland, won 38% of the time, though the team who was the home dog did a little better against the spread.
Okay.
Going 51% cover against the number. Again, that's trends for this. So now,
who's up first?
Time for some keys.
Nice. I'm going to dig in while you give us some keys.
While you dig in, I will say my first key is I love you.
Oh,
you love me.
Barney.
The theme song to Barney the Dinosaur, as in Ja'Cory Barney.
Nice.
Ja'Cory Barney got 8 touches last week. That's combined touches, special teams, and offense. And every single one of them felt impactful.
Yes.
None more so than the wheel route that completely turned that game around when it looked like Nebraska was trending towards a loss. So far this year, Barney is averaging around 7 touches per game. I think he should be averaging at least 10 touches per game. So if you could factor in 3 to 5 on special teams, punt returns, you need about 5 to 7 on offense. And I think this is where you get the ball to him in space. And it doesn't all need to be downfield throws. Smoke screens, jet sweeps, little touch passes, push passes. He is your best playmaker, and I don't think he has been utilized enough. And especially on the road, looking for big plays, there is nothing better than Ja'Cory Barney. Sure, you'd like it to be on special teams, but you can control how many times he gets the ball on offense. I would love to see them get him the ball quickly, get it out fast before that pass rush gets going, get him in space, and see what he can do. Test your receivers, too, on downfield blocking. Really haven't seen a whole lot of that this year. Second key, Dana, time to play blackjack. Blackjack is in number 21, Emmett Johnson. I know that the concern before the season was overuse of Emmett, running him into the ground. So far this year, he is averaging 21 touches per game. Now, that's total. That's receptions plus rushing attempts. He has not had a game where he has had more than 20 rushing attempts since the opener. So Nebraska's budgeted him fairly well. But this is your first road game. And you know what they say about road games is you got to have a good running game on the road so you can kind of control the pace of the game. Also, you're going to have possibly some wet weather. So the passing game could be compromised some. Also, running the ball takes the heat off the offensive line, who instead of having to be passive in pass protection, they can be aggressive in run blocking. And so instead of subjecting yourself to 35 or 40 Maryland pass rushes, I think an effective running game will be your best friend. It can also open up your play action game, which can also have an effect on pass rushers. Also, as we pointed out yesterday in our 1620 the analytics, Nebraska's got a huge edge in line yards. These are running yards that are credited to the offensive line. So basically your first 4 yards, you're almost guaranteed 4 yards a carry the way that they are playing. And they have a huge edge in this matchup. So I think this is a great time. If you've been saving some of those touches for Emmett Johnson, here's a chance where you maybe take out a few withdrawals on that and get him some more touches, if for anything else, to take pressure off of that line and take pressure off of Dylan Raiola. Number 3 key for the defense, do the right thing. Nebraska's got the edges all over the board when Maryland has the ball. Maryland's best asset is passing. Well, guess what? That plays right into Nebraska's hands. Maryland's one of the worst rushing teams in the Big Ten. Well, that mitigates a Nebraska weakness, and we saw Nebraska pretty good at defending the run last week. The only area where Maryland has even the slightest edge when they have the ball is in starting field position, and that could be covered up simply by Nebraska's special teams. I think 3 touchdowns are going to be enough to win this game. So barring a major miscue or a rash of turnovers, I'm not sure if Maryland has 3 good drives in them to get touchdowns. And remember, both these teams kind of struggle in the red zone. So continue to protect the ball as you have. Let the defense do their thing, and you should get out of there with a W. And finally, and my last key is win the 4th. Maryland gave up 21 unanswered points all in the 4th quarter to Washington last week in losing that game. Painful loss when they were up 20-0, ended up losing 24-20. Mike Loxley says this, though, has been an ongoing problem the 4th quarter, and it runs counter to how he was taught when he was on Nick Saban's staff at Alabama. So even before last week, going into the 4th quarter of games, Maryland had given up as many points as they had scored, 17-17. Meanwhile, guess who's up 55-16 in 4th quarters this season? Nebraska is. So in a game that I think could be low scoring and somewhat close, I think the final period looms large. And those are my 4 keys to the game.
And I got my Euro already eaten, so now, John,
look at you
can do that. And if I have to, I can send us to break as well. Key number 1, the freshmen. That's spelled with an E, not fresh man. I'm not talking about you, Austin. Maryland.
Though he does look fresh. I mean, he looks good.
We talked about it, man, this week.
You and that ugly-ass chain.
Zahir Mathis, Sidney Stewart, and what they have been able to do. Stewart, only Big Ten pass rusher, according to PFF, with at least 20 combined quarterback sacks, hits, and hurries. He is leading the team in tackles for loss. He has 7 of those. He is leading the team in quarterback hurries. He has 5. And if you want to know what is the sack stat separately from all that, he is at 4.5. And then there's Mathis as well. He has added an additional 3.5 sacks. You're talking about 8 combined sacks with those 2 alone. They have done a great job so far this season. And so with Nebraska and all of the concerns about the pass rush from the opposition, these 2 players are going to be ones that I will be watching for all game long whenever Nebraska has the football. Meanwhile, how about the freshman quarterback? Of course, the freshman quarterback, Malik Washington. We have talked about him a lot this week. He has only been pressured on 21.7% of his dropbacks so far this season, so about 1 in 5. But when teams are able to pressure him, his completion percentage falls nearly 25 points. And last week, talked about this yesterday, he only averaged about 4.5 yards per pass attempt. He threw the ball a ton, but nothing was really happening. It was a lot of short stuff. He was unable to hit on the deep balls. He did versus Wisconsin, but when he went up in competition, he certainly struggled with it, and we know how good Nebraska's pass defense is, as you just mentioned. And as Jake Butt, who joined us yesterday, told us, he is a guy that doesn't want to run. The beat writer earlier said the same thing. So don't let him. Force him to stay in the pocket. Michael Severe had some really interesting tweets about it throughout the week, but this seems like a spot, man, where maybe Nebraska is able to get a takeaway because they're keeping him in the pocket and because he does not want to run. So make sure that he has another, or maybe rather the first, rough performance of the season. You just talked about something a few minutes ago that we have seen Nebraska do differently now versus previous years, and that's play clean football. They are now in the top 10 in the country in turnover margin. They're in the top 25 in penalties. Their special teams, as we've talked about a lot, have improved immensely. And I know that is like a third phase, but I also view good special teams as playing clean football as well. Just given that you're going to have the ball in the air. Often you'll see like the dumb block in the back plays on punts, punt returns, et cetera, Maryland, they have a lot of takeaways. Maybe you've heard it this week. 9 interceptions, 7 different players. But, of course, 6 of those came in their first game. They have not had a whole lot of success in that regard over the last 2. If Nebraska can play clean football, whether it's with the turnover margin, whether it's with the penalties, though I lean more turnover margin in this discussion, this might be one where that could tell the story more than any other stat. It's either that or it's the sacks allowed for Nebraska. Finally, in the words of Kendall Roy on Succession, big plays. Some numbers for you, John. Nebraska currently 33rd in the country in plays of 20-plus yards. Maryland is all the way down at 114th. Nebraska is tied for first in the country in punt returns of 20 or more yards. They have 6. They're tied for third in the same stat if you bump it up to 30 or more yards, where they have 3, which, again, is still wild to me given what Nebraska football has been like over the last few years. Maryland, 0 punt returns of 20 or more yards, let alone any above 30 yards. And then you look at allowing big plays. Nebraska and Maryland, 2nd and 18th in the country in allowing 20-plus yard plays from scrimmage. And while Nebraska has not given up a punt return of 20 or more yards, Maryland has given up 1. So we spent a lot of time talking about the hidden plays, the hidden yards, or the straight-up big plays. This is finally an area where I think Nebraska, again, might have an advantage in a lot of different matchups, and certainly one that they could have in a matchup tomorrow. One more stat for you: Nebraska net field position, plus 7.1 yards per game. That's good for 5th best in the country. The Terps, 14th in the Big Ten in kickoff return defense. So whether it's on offense, whether it's on defense, whether it's on special teams, this is a spot that I am really looking at for Nebraska to do something on their end or prevent Maryland from doing when they have the ball, to pick up a lot of yards and maybe have some short fields or maybe have some opportunities.
There you go. Our keys to the game. We'll have our predictions for the game, a couple of props, and other predictions of games of note this weekend when we continue here from beautiful Omaha-Roncalli. Again, the world-famous gyros. The pitas are so soft. The meat is so good. The homemade tzatziki sauce, it's all over my face right now. It's just, it's the best.
It's so good.
It's so good. You can't tell because the sun's shining on my head.
That's
right
good.
now,
That's good. Nobody would have noticed.
It's pretty good. We'll have more. We'll have those predictions, and then Jack Mitchell, Super Friends Roundtable, coming up on 1620 The Zone. John and Josh here for Underdog Fantasy. I've already started putting in my props for this weekend, and I like to do them by time. So I'm going to do an early afternoon, mid-afternoon, and I've already got my late game things in, which includes a touchdown for Gronowski at Iowa against Wisconsin. Might be the only touchdown in that game. Got a couple for the USC-Michigan game, including one with quarterback running yards for Mr. Underwood. And you can do it with any game, any sport. It's available right now, and you can do it right here in Nebraska. You just pick your favorite players and go higher or lower on different categories like touchdown passes, receiving yards, rushing yards, touchdowns scored in baseball. You could do runs, hits, and RBIs combined. You can do pitching outs. Got a win last night with my guy, Matthew Boyd, and the winning Chicago Cubs. It's a fun way to do it, and you can do it right here in Nebraska and get some bonus plays right now when you use our promo code 1620 the zone.
1620 the zone is the promo code. Maybe you want to do a fade stib special and you go higher on Scooble on 8.5 Ks, and maybe you go lower than a half hit run and RBI for Cal Raleigh. I would never do such a thing because I'm not a jerk, but I know some in our audience.
I got a Cal Raleigh home run tonight.
There we go. I know some people probably would. Again, use that promo code 1620 the zone, one word, and you can score $100 in bonus funds or bonus entries when you play your first $5. Again, it's promo code 1620 the zone. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for predictions. Over, bet the over. Vikings in the over.
All right, before we join Jack Mitchell with our simulcast live with KLIN in Lincoln, real quick review. Last week, none of us had a winning week. Nick, you got to get back in the game, buddy. You're already You're 9 behind Josh and 15 behind me. And remember, this is the shortest round of predictions. This only goes through the Thanksgiving week games.
He's being too much of a contrarian.
I'm sorry, I don't use performance-enhancing prediction drugs, John.
Well, some of us have to because we're getting up there. ALCS Game 5 tonight. Tigers
CS or
and
DS?
Mariners. LDS. I'm sorry. LDS.
Goms.
All right. Well, that was an easy.
Are you going to be a hater?
No.
Really?
Wow.
Okay.
I'm going to pick the Mariners. Game 5 tomorrow. Cubs and Brewers. The offense is back, I believe.
You're doing that Cubs derangement thing that Josh does with the Cowboys.
Yep.
Me too, though. Go Cubs.
Same.
Wow. Okay. So congrats to the Tigers and the Brewers. All right. Football. Alabama -3 at Missouri.
Roll Tide.
I'll take Missouri here.
I'm going to go Alabama, but I don't hate that Missouri pick. I think their running game can keep them in it. Not a pick in the game, but a prop. Julian Sayin versus Luke Altmaier, quarterbacks in the Ohio State-Illinois game. Sayin, 60.5 more passing yards. Who do you like?
I'm going to go Altmaier because Ohio State runs the ball.
I'll go Super Saiyan.
I'm agreeing with Josh. I think Altmaier will have to have more yards, and you will see a lot of success, and they'll have to throw because they're going to be behind a lot. Indiana +7.5 at Oregon. I like the Ducks.
Me too, John. Quack.
Dan
quack.
Lanning is to young people what Kurt Signetti is to old people. This is the battle of the two coaches who just love to get after each other, get after other people's goat. But I like the young guy. Give me Oregon.
I think the Ducks win and cover late. I think this is going to be a really good game, a really close game, but I think Oregon gets a late cover.
All right, well, we need some opposition here. So let's go Dante Moore, -11.5 passing yards versus Mendoza. Nick?
I'll take Dante.
Mendoza.
I think
Dante's going to struggle a little bit in this game.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Mendoza to cover that line. Also,
you guys don't know
Oregon will be behind. Or not Oregon, Indiana. It's got to be your bowl. Indiana's going to be behind. Red River Shootout, Oklahoma, now a 1-point favorite against the Texas Longhorns, OU.
I'm going to go with the Sooners. I don't feel good about this game, but I will go with Oklahoma.
Wow, this is going to be a boring-ass predictions because I'm also going with the Sooners.
Well,
God.
We did give Nick a lot of grief for his bad performances.
Will John Mateer take the majority of snaps for Oklahoma?
No. I think this is all a ruse.
Yeah, I'm going to say no, too. This feels weird.
Ruse? Is that the word?
Ruse.
Ruse.
Yes. Yes, he will.
Or it's a ruse, like a soup or whatever.
The total in the Iowa-Wisconsin game is
36.5. Too many points, John. Under.
Yeah, that's way too high. Under.
Heck with it. Someone's got to be different around here. I'm going to take the over.
Wow.
I'm going to take the over on this one. I say Iowa, they get a little frisky. Michigan +2.5 at USC.
Michigan.
Go blue. Michigan wins. Wrong team's favored.
Hell no. Give me the Trojans. Fight on, SC.
Big Trojan guy.
NFL, Seahawks +1.5 at the Jaguars. I believe in Jacksonville. I don't believe in Seattle.
I'm a little T-Law pilled right now. I like T-Law.
Give me Seattle to pull off the win.
Frisco +3 at the Bucks. If you missed it, no Brock Purdy. No
Ricky
Pearsall.
Yeah.
But, I mean, we've seen that before. That said, I still like the Bucks because I think their offense is going to give San Francisco fits.
Push. Bucks win by 3 exactly.
Wow. I'm going to take the Bucks.
The Lions +2.5 at Kansas City.
Wrong team is favorite. Chiefs are falling to 2-4. Lions, best team in the NFL.
Absolutely. Biting kneecaps.
Oh, man, I almost need to take the Chiefs just because this is a guarantee that Kansas City wins. But no, I'm taking Detroit. Who leads Nebraska in receiving yards tomorrow? I like the guy I put in my keys, Ja'Cory Barney.
I'm going to go with the guy named after the Keys, Dane Keith.
Well,
who didn't get anything last week.
Either person I pick is
That's
going to be
why.
copying one of you, so I'm
No.
going to go with Barney.
What
Well,
about
it's either
Isaiah
Barney or
Hunter?
I don't want Isaiah Hunter.
Okay.
I didn't win Isaiah Hunter.
There's many options.
That's what too many people said in the portal. I didn't win Isaiah Hunter.
Well,
and then
fine.
Nebraska
I'll
got
take
it.
Isaiah Hunter. Fine.
We guilted him into it. Watch, Hunter's going to have like a 130-yard game. These are from Underdog. Raiola passing attempts.
Ooh, higher or lower?
Higher or lower,
lower
than 31.5. Last week he had 24, and I think Nebraska will try to commit to some ground game this week. I'm going to go a slight under.
I'm going to go a slight over
I think I'll go lower.
Okay.
or higher.
Malik Washington,
This is the actual line.
and it's also on Underdog.
Under 230.5. Are you serious? Under. Not against this pass defense.
I'll take the over.
Wow, that would be by far the most passing yards this season. I'm going to go with the under. Maryland's team rushing yards, they average 93. Will set the line at 99.5.
John?
Maryland's really bad at running the ball. Under.
I'm going to go over.
I'll do under.
And
Finally.
well, not finally.
Oh?
Score. Nebraska
Oh, that's
minus
right.
6.5. Total 47.5 against Maryland. I think this is going to be a low-scoring game. I really like the under on this one. I think Nebraska pulls away in the fourth quarter. I'm going to take Huskers 24, Maryland 14.
I like the Skurs. I also like a low-scoring game. 24-22. Huskers win. Maryland covers.
Now, I do think it'll be a close game. That being said, I think Maryland has a slight edge, so I'm going to do 31-24 Maryland. Is that what I have?
Oh, you're picking. Wow. Unbelievable. By the way, this season, I had the number here. Nick is 4-0 straight up. Remember, he didn't pick the Cincinnati game. He wasn't with us.
Yeah.
He's the only one that's gotten every game right straight up. So if Nebraska loses,
I'm really good at this.
blame Nick. But so he's going Maryland 31-24. And finally, according to our odds maker, who's a little bald and a little Jets pilled, he's got Ashland Greenwood by 23.5.
Wow.
Roncalli, baby. The wrong team is favored.
Yeah, pride all the way.
Pride all the way indeed. Jack Mitchell will join us next on 1620 The Zone. gathered together the greatest superheroes in the history of the world. Me, you, him. It's the Super Friends Roundtable with John, Josh, and Jack Mitchell from KLI in Lincoln. That's the best I could do with that's the AI voice they should have brought back. Not the NBC guy, but the guy who did the intro for the Super Friends cartoon. That would have been the best. Jack Mitchell joining us from KLI in Lincoln. I'm Johnny's Josh. We're here at Omaha-RONCALLI at the greatest concession stand in the world. How you doing, Jack? We can't hear you.
Jack, you're muted on StreamYard.
You're muted on the StreamYard for some reason. I wonder why that is.
Okay, I didn't think I did that because I thought I needed to be. So that's my fault. That was intentional, but
You're good, man. You're good. How are things today there in the beautiful capital city since I last saw you like 10 hours ago?
You saw him so soon.
I mean, slow on the streets, I would say.
That's
beautiful weather. Beautiful weather. We got. I mean, I feel
it's
like
very. It is beautiful, but it's very bright out here.
I know we're typically one of the only ones here at 5:30, but it feels like we've been the only ones here for like 2 hours. This place cleared out. I don't know what it was this afternoon. Everyone just kind of decided they were done working today. So
Dirk Media, home of office hours.
Yeah, exactly,
You know?
exactly. But
Well,
other than that, they're doing good.
Good. Well, we got a big game this week because Nebraska with a chance to go 5-1, first real road trip of the season. And I wanted to start the roundtable with actually a question that was submitted by John. John is a young.
Oh, okay.
He's 22 years old. He says, I'm 22, despite this being an email. So the youngs are apparently, out on
Because they
the
didn't
email.
send
Yeah.
us a Snapchat. Am
Yeah,
I right,
exactly.
Jack?
Yes.
Jack, I think this is a great question for you, but he writes, I watch every game and have since I was old enough to remember in roughly 2010, 2011.
That is such a sad
That
sentence.
is gross.
Yeah.
Every game I watch with people that are near my age is pure misery. There's not 1 ounce of confidence left in the fan base, at least those that are younger than 30. And every good thing that happens genuinely feels like an apparition. My question to you guys is, what do you think needs to happen for the fan base to genuinely let go of their sports-related trauma? The obvious answer is winning, but I feel as though we are 10-2 or 6-6, that the tenor of the fan base will remain the same. That's from John.
Well, first of all, I will echo, and I didn't think of it as an age thing, but maybe it is. But I mean, listen, I'll say this: a good 50, maybe more % of the Nebraska fan base right now is really hard to be around during games. Really hard because of the fatalism, the immediate fatalism, the in the moment fatalism, the adherence to the negative while ignoring the positive. There's a lot of that out there during the game, and and of course social media enhances that, I'm sure, but I don't really like interacting with people because I'm afraid that's who they're going to be with this whole thing. And so, like, what will change that? I don't know, because I'm not really that way. I don't.
You're not. You are always looking at like the positive, and you're
Right.
always saying inside of a game. Like I've watched now,
because I'm
Jack, many
old.
games with you.
Maybe
you know,
it's because
you're
I'm
always
older.
like, oh, they're going to make a play, and there's going to be something good that happens in that football game. Why aren't you thinking this way?
Yeah, I don't know. And maybe it has to do, I'd never really thought of it as a generational thing, but maybe that's part of it. Although I don't think that's it. I think there's plenty of people my age who act like the negativity too. But
Well, I think the negativity is broad base,
Yeah.
but for young fans that have experienced nothing,
It's hard to believe, something
especially
good's
if their formative years were the Scott Frost years.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Where you had all these close losses and they found different ways to lose games. I could totally understand how that sect of the fan base is very jaded and waiting for the other shoe to drop, which is why I'm curious if a game like last week, which, folks, that's the worst 2 quarters of offensive football I can ever remember seeing from a Nebraska football team. I don't think it could get possibly any worse. And yet, Fourth quarter, they make the big play on the wheel route in the end of third quarter, score the touchdown. Then they get the special teams with the short kickoff and the fumble recovery. They score right away. And then within probably 6-7 minutes of game time, they're covering. They're up 3 scores, and they end up winning by 11. And so I do wonder if a game like last week can make at least some inroads for the younger fans, can make some inroads into, well, see, this isn't like it used to be.
Maybe maybe that's it for the younger, but it's not all younger fans. It's a variety of. Andy says on the chat, I'm 50. I was very upset last week. In the moment, I was definitely upset, unhappy with how it was going, but I did not decide that was. I had not gotten my mindset that was the future every play going forward for the rest of life, which is typically kind of what the tone is. Like, it is fun. I'm going to tell you what, guys. I would say the percentage of Nebraska fans that I'd be willing to either sit in a room with or even be in the same online area conversing with during the game is down to about 5 to 10%. It's unbelievably low because it gets so melodramatic during these things.
Jack, let me ask you this then.
From the master of the melodramatic, the guy who fell to his knees watching that Illinois game a couple of years ago when Nebraska what was the play that you fell to your knees? It was Nebraska recovered a fumble. You're like, finally, the ball bounces our way.
Positivity. That sounds like a fun person to be with when you describe it. I sound fun.
It was fun to watch.
So, Jack, let me ask you this then, because last week, first and fourth quarter, especially for the offense, were great. Second and third quarter, not so much. I thought the defense played very, very well. All things considered, they were continually put in weird and bad spots, and I thought that they answered the bell pretty much every time. As you now apply what you saw last week to this game tomorrow against Maryland, I know that people are probably getting a little annoyed at hearing this from us, but gosh, man, it's another game that I think Nebraska matches up well with the opponent and what they do, good and bad.
In some ways, listen, my biggest concern about the team is the ability to pass protect, and probably the biggest strength of this Maryland team is pass rush. So I don't know if I would quite go that far. Like, I think Nebraska's biggest weakness matches with Maryland's biggest strength. Now, beyond that, you don't have anything that dramatic, but in that very specific area, that's the thing. That is the thing that I'm thinking about and worried about for the game on Saturday.
Yeah.
Well, that kind of leads into the next subject, and that is, besides the offensive line, besides the pass protection, what is keeping you up at night with this team? And I got to admit, this is a hard question to answer because while it's not a perfect team, there's not a lot of things. I would have probably said special teams before. Not a problem.
Correct.
Nope.
I would have said the running game, but the running game is doing enough. This is kind of like an NFL type offense where 120 yards or so of running and averaging 4.5 or so yards a carry is usually enough if you have a quarterback that can deal. Nebraska has those things. Other concerns, I have no concerns about the secondary. The run defense.
I was going to say, what about the run defense?
Run defense showed out last week. And the only, that's not true. Obviously, the Michigan game, again, could be explained away a little bit with the misfires on the run fits and the 3 busted runs. Otherwise, Michigan averaged about 4.5 yards a carry, which can work, but they also couldn't pass. And the only other 2 teams that could run or that did run was Childs for Michigan State and Sorsby for Cincinnati. So I don't know at this point that I have a solid number 2 thing that's really keeping me up at night. I think they're kind of little nagging things, but here's the thing. Of the teams left on the schedule, there's not a whole lot of them that I think can exploit a lot of those things. SC, obviously, offensively is going to be really good, but their strengths play into Nebraska's defensive strengths. And, obviously Iowa's its own different animal. Penn State, we don't know what kind of a team Penn State's going to be. So I don't know if I have a great number 2 thing that keeps me up at night beyond the pass rush.
Jack, before you go, I'm with John because when I hear keeps you up at night, I almost think about it from the perspective of you're waiting for the other shoe to drop. And, famous last words, maybe we'll end up being wrong, but I'm not really waiting for the other shoe to drop with special teams anymore. I'm not waiting for the other shoe to drop with the running game. Like, the running game on offense is what it is. The running defense, in a way, is what it is. Like, it's not going to be perfect, but I think at times it's going to be good enough.
Honestly, the only thing that's keeping me up at night is an injury to either Dylan, Emmett, or Ja'Cory
Barney. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. I would say my number 2, but it's a distant number 2 to the number 1, which is pass protection, is the running game. But I think I would make it a little more specific than that, the offensive running game for Nebraska. And that is an inability, or at least even an inability to be confident in being able to run it in running situations, basically. Right. Inside the 10-yard line,
like what happened against Michigan.
Yep, third and 2. This kind of a situation, right? It can work, and it has worked. And Emmett Johnson has good numbers, but as we talked about this morning, John, sometimes it even feels like, with the way the coaching staff will call plays, they don't feel all that confident in their ability to gain tough rushing yards, whether it be in the red zone, whether it be short yardage situations. I think that probably is the biggest number 2 for me. And then I guess a secondary one that maybe is a slightly below that is just, I still feel like the offense, and this probably goes part and parcel with the pass protection, but the offense still hasn't. I don't want them to waste the personnel that they've got this year, right? I don't want to go another game and be like, they should throw to Dane Key. Like, they've got Dane Key there. Is he, is he going to be used? Like, sometimes I don't feel like they've taken advantage of what they've been able to do successfully personnel wise.
Yeah, Jack, along those lines, you ever go back and watch a Nebraska game from 2012 or 2013, and you're like, oh my gosh, there was Rex, there was Amir, there was Kenny Bell, and you're like, that team was loaded. How did they not win more games? And I don't think that this skill group is as good as that one, but I really like Ja'Cory Barney especially. I think Dane Key and Isaiah Hunter are solid. I think Lindenmeyer is definitely solid. And I think Emmett Johnson is so it's like, I like those pieces, and you don't want to get to the end of the year and feel like, man, we didn't really ever see them use that to its full potential. I think right now, Ja'Cory Barney is reaching close to his full potential. John said it earlier. He could probably get a few more touches, but for the most part, I think they're involving him in offense and certainly special teams in a way better way this year than they did last year. I think they feel that way about the other guys right now.
I feel that way about Ja'Cory. I think they get I'd like to see Ja'Cory in the ball in his hands a lot more. He doesn't have enough carries. What do we say, Johnny? Has 2 carries this year?
Yeah, he doesn't have much. He's basically averaging, when you count special teams, about 7 touches a game. I think that number's got to be at least 10. Be 10.
Yeah.
At least be 10.
They are not using him enough. 100%.
Well, on that note, speaking of touches, it's a road game. It could be a wet game, though. Jack, the forecast has improved a little bit since we looked at it this morning. The weather chance is now about 20%, 25% chance of rain in game, but stay tuned. It could change again. But how many touches do you think Emmett needs tomorrow? I think they've been kind of banking some because he hasn't had a 20-carry game since the opener. How many touches do you think Emmett Johnson needs to have tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, it obviously depends on how it's going in game situation, but I think one of the ways that you start to take the pressure off Dylan Raiola is to start to have the defense worried about the running game. And so that it might take some touches to make that actually happen and some success to actually make that happen. So, yeah, I would say needs, I don't know. And I don't even know what I think the exact number is, but it'll be a lot more than the last 2 weeks, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Jack, one of the numbers that we looked at so often in the offseason was right at that 20 to 22 mark, in terms of overall touches. He had well above that in the opener.
Yes.
And he has not approached that number really since.
No.
He's been mainly let's just go with the other 2 power games. He's been at about 20. I think this might be one of those 25 to 30 touch days if you're doing everything to your full capacity. And maybe that means, especially with that pass rush, Jack, and that's how we started the conversation today with you, maybe that's how you get him the ball. It's some of those quick passes where the pass rush is coming in and you
got a safety valve, or throw a screen over the top of the rush, let the rush in and
Yeah.
throw it over the top. I would not I would not be disappointed given the weather conditions, given the fact this is a true road game, and given where Maryland's strengths lie. I'd be fine if he had another Cincinnati game. I mean, they've been kind of banking some of these. Last week, I thought, you saw a lot more of Mosey and Nelson. Then Nelson had the really good run last week. Yeah. I'd be okay if he had another Cincinnati game, where it's pushing 30 touches, combined rushes and receptions, because to your point, it's a great way to keep that pass rush off of you and keep them honest. It also opens up the possibility of play action. And I keep talking about those line yards, those yards that are credited to the offensive line. Nebraska's got a huge advantage in that. And so they should be able to average at least 4 yards a carry. Yeah. And then if Emmett can do something special with the ball, you might be able to break a 10, a 15, a 20-yard run and really flip the field. And again, it's more about taking pressure off the offensive line, who can be more aggressive in run blocking versus passive in pass protection, and take the pressure off of Dillon. Because as we talked about this morning, Jack, Nebraska's been great at no fumbles, but Nebraska's been lucky in that Dillon has not dropped one while being sacked. I mean, he had the one against Cincinnati, but there's been a couple of hits back there where I thought
the ball's in his arm and it's kind of away from his body.
And that's a scoop and score just waiting to happen.
Yeah.
So I think I'd be good if Emmett got 25 to 30 touches yesterday. Tomorrow.
Jack, are you more confident versus Maryland than you were last week, or do you think you were more confident a week ago?
I was more confident a week ago.
Interesting.
Yeah. Well, I mean, number one, it was at home versus on the road, but I think Maryland, it's that pass rush thing. Part of the reason I was confident about Michigan State is because I said they didn't sack anyone. Well, they do, or they have now. And so that was one of the bigger reasons that I felt that way. And I think Maryland's been more impressive in what they've done so far than Michigan State has. So yeah, I think this is probably the toughest of this little October 4-game set, to be honest.
It looks like
Minnesota.
I'll say this, Jack, before you go. If Nebraska was in a similar position as Maryland, coming off of a program-changing type win against a team where they blew a 20-0 lead, like, I know we'd all be approaching it saying, this thing is toast. And I do wonder if that is going to be a big problem for them. Like, everyone's been making the October Loxley and October Maryland jokes. Like, that stuff's real, though. This program struggles in this month.
Does.
So I psychologically, I like the place that Nebraska's in ahead of tomorrow better than I like the place Maryland is in.
Answer quick. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say real quick, isn't it wild how different it looks outside of a program that is going through a bad time or has been going through a bad time?
When you're inside,
we've been on the inside on Nebraska's side, and what you're saying is probably right, although I don't feel that way about them.
Yeah.
We are a few months away from the true who you're rooting for season, but we got 2 games tomorrow featuring either future or former Nebraska opponents or 2 really big contenders in the Big Ten. Who you rooting for tomorrow? Michigan or USC, Oregon or Indiana? Who you rooting for?
One's easy, Oregon over Indiana. I just want to see Signet. I think I don't know. Does it make sense to cheer for Michigan because it makes me feel like they have more of a chance to beat USC? I don't know. I think going for USC is probably the right move, slightly, although it'll be a little bit hard because you want to be affirmed about Michigan being good. But I think USC is the right one.
I'll go, and I'll say USC because it makes that game bigger.
It makes that game much bigger.
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely. All right, Super Friends Roundtable. Jack Mitchell from Caroline Lincoln.
Bye, Jack.
Thanks, Jack.
See you later. Thanks, guys. Hey, have a great back here on Monday.
Yep, we will. All right, so there is Jack Mitchell. Want to thank all the Eddies here at Omaha-Roncalli. Again, we were fed so well. The best concession stand in the state. Come on out tonight.
Yeah, bigger than that. In the galaxy. Which bigger, the galaxy or the universe?
The
What's
universe.
Bigger?
I
couldn't remember.
The universe is bigger,
It's
John.
the best in the universe and the galaxy.
For all the Eddies, for Joey back in the studio and Nick Grimm, John and Josh, have a great weekend. See you later.